Good job, King.
Damn. Alright, I'm awake. I guess doing this fine evening. Oh man. SG Arcade, thanks to the tier 1. 44 months into it. Actually, you know what? I got 3 new walks. How do you guys feel about a Switz walk? Being awake is overrated. True. True and real. Somebody asked in the beginning, the track is from Alter Kill. Tenebroso Sangui. Walk
Which part?
Bateman. Demar Crocs. Thanks for the first time chat. Froyleand, thanks for the prime. Appreciate it. Is this too loud, do you think? I think this is fine, probably. A Switz walk. Why no Eastern Euro commie block strolls? I don't know how to answer that. Commies, please go. Cracking those dude trust me's in half. We might talk about it. We might talk about it. The problem is it's so obviously not true, you know, that why even give it a platform, right? I guess maybe it'll be fun to make fun of or something like that. Bit loud but only hair. Yeah, that's what I thought, but I like it. All right, I'll tap it. I'll give her a tap. Negative 16 dB. The soothing voice of the big one himself. I recently woke up, so my voice is, I guess deeper than normal. But apologies. I had a weird sleep schedule. I had to finish some shit, and so before stream was the only time I could get and sleep in. Apologies. Big dinos and big steps.
Which part?
Or big steppin', for sure. Mpand04, thanks for the prime. Appreciate it. We got Seraphon this fine evening. And tomorrow, Slavs to Darkness. Oh boy. I can't wait. Is this Bourne Identity? No, this is Switzerland. There was probably, I don't know, maybe one of the Jason Bournes took place in Switzerland. I'm not sure, supposedly. Don't worry, it just means your voice is even more relaxed now. Is that the trick? Should I just... Is the full game to
Which
just stream when I wake up? And then I sound even better for a while. Until things ease in. Vragu. Thanks for the big prime for 2 months. Good comment with big. Appreciate it. Activate your lizard brains for this faction preview. Dinos are balanced? Question mark? Look, the dinos are always good. And the rules are always good. Sometimes they're too good. And sometimes they're annoying. But I just want them to have fun. I just want everybody's faction folks to be good at this point. It doesn't confront me how good somebody used to be or how bad somebody used to be. They're just trying to make a balanced game right now. Really hope Sylvaneth is next. It's not the next. Because that Slaves to Darkness tomorrow. Or at least so my agents have told me. But do keep in mind that there are only 5 factions left, including Seraphon, which is today. And there's 5 days in the week. So no matter what happens, it will be done. The ritual will be done. This week, Seraphon Slaves to Darkness, and then Corn, Sylve, and Iron Jowls. And after that, We'll get those indexes maybe. And then I'll lock myself in a time deprivation chamber for 86 hours and make an entire Every Army in Age of Sigmar video, 4th edition. And then when it's done, I'll open the door, which will sound like cracking the airlock on a submarine. And then I will rest. And then I'll pick up some Thursday riffs and we'll do some streams and everything will get back to normal. But I will have to enter the chamber. Closing in on, I don't know, a week or two maybe. Dino rules make you glad you picked up a cheap copy of last year's Battle Forest box. Not bad. If you like dinosaurs, or even dinosaurs riding dinosaurs, or I used the meme picture, but I can't remember what they were called now that I think about it. For the last video, I used the dinosaurs with lasers advertising meme. It was some children's toy in the 90s, can't remember what it was called. Dino Wars maybe, or something like that. I guess I'll have to decide how much I am reusing. Oh, was it Dino Riders? Probably Dino Riders, yeah, because there were like humans on half of them. If you do make a Every Army rule, please put some reference to the Ogre's rule stream. I mean, maybe I could. But the Every Army video is supposed to be like positive. It's supposed to round up in all cases. And so I'll just have to make something up. They're all propaganda after all. Where we walk in, Bern. I don't know how to pronounce it actually. But it looks like Bern. B-E-R-N. Switzerland. Which looks like a pretty place. I like the snow. Coffee to go and stay? Don't mind if I do, actually. I can go for a big cup of joe at this very moment. Oh, speaking of, I should get that coffee maker, because I don't have one. And the mods were low-key making fun of me for taking forever to decide to purchase something. Because at the moment, the way I make coffee is the way MRE Steve makes coffee. I got coffee instant type 2. Looks like Martian soil. And then you pour boiling water into it and it turns into a coal black, pure saturated acid solution. Tastes about the same. It's not good. But then again, in a certain aspect. I like good coffee. And I like bad coffee. Because there's certain types of coffee that you want it to taste as bad as you feel for being up at the hour that you are drinking it. I got real used to doing that in the before time when I ever went outside. And I'd have to show up on set, before sunrise and stuff. And it's also very inexpensive, and so it just kind of stuck with me. I don't live expensively, really. And then it came out that I don't have a toaster, and they made fun of me for that. But, I don't know, I don't really have counter space for it. I guess I could. I got, like, some DeWalt batteries charging and stuff on the I guess I could move those. Put a coffee machine there. And we even looked it up. I looked at different types of coffee makers. And I found one that, in the long run, would be kind of cost effective. Do you have a kettle at least? No. Who uses a toaster these days? I don't know. People want toast? I'm not sure. I like toast. I happen to really like toast, as a matter of fact. It's the simple things. I like bread, I like toast. pitter patter of the rain outside on your window. You don't have to see it, you just have to know it's there. You got those four walls around you. PBJ toast is godlike, yeah. There's a lot of toast that's godlike. I'm actually so simple. I'm such a simple person that you apply some butter to toast and have it with your coffee or something. That's all I need. I don't even need jam. I got some. It's good. I got this apricot jam that there's like pepper stuff in there. You stir it up. It's fucking delicious. But I don't even need it. I'll take it as a treat. There's bliss and simplicity sometimes, yeah. You love a sourdough toast? I love me some sourdough as well. Pretty sure it's pronounced bear with an N at the end, so Bairn. Alright. I do want to be kind of accurate. A little bit. Did you guys think you would tune in for the low energy HeyWoah stream and then it would just be watching Switzerland winter and talking about dipping your buttered toast into some coffee in the morning? My channel is liable to become like an ASMR channel if this keeps up. I hope you don't mind. Butter, sugar, and cinnamon. Yeah, that shit's delicious. Is that where this is? Bern, Switzerland. According to the video that I ripped it from. Yeah, you're right. If only I just told you this would be Japan, then people would be more excited about it because the meme is true. Yeah. Seymour Asses. Good name. Appreciate it. Thanks for the big prime. Dude, one of the things that I'm jealous of similar and way better streamer avoiding the puddle. One of the main things I'm jealous of his channel about is that he's got people that subscribe to him and they do the Mo Sizlak like joke names for all of them. They're just throwaway, you know, but they're trying to make him laugh. And so I appreciate it when somebody tries to do it over here. I really do. Seymour Asses person. Somebody made an account for my checking the tapes stinger with Sandra Van Ogre, and I was just so charmed. ADB chat is great and terrible at the same time. Oh yeah. I would say he's a natural, except he's been doing it for a very long time. And it's skill. He's so entertaining. He's such a great streamer. Absolutely luxurious beard. And mustache, especially. A lot of people skimp on the mustache. I myself do. What can you do? He's got those Armenian genes. The power.
Twitch Prime.
Anyway, Brutish Orc thinks a big prime. Appreciate it. 22 months. Switzerland, Japan. Yeah. Switzerland is my city. Armenian genes. That would be Gene. As in genetics. As in generally how you get a mustache. Whatever type of it. In general. You could walk around your area and use that. Yeah, but I don't have a steady cam or anything. I suppose I could. You're right. I could do it. But it would break my first rule of streaming, and actually my first rule in general of like being an adult who gets to make my own decisions. I'm not trying to go outside. I play up the hermit memes, you know, for chat, like, you know, because every streamer is kind of like their own personality turned up to 11, but I really am, in general, a hermit, and I'm happy to be where I am and interact with who I do, which is in general no one except for you guys. Not trying to touch grass, not trying to look at the sun, not trying to talk to people. Perfectly happy here with my dipping buttered toast in coffee and being like, shall I have jam today? No, let's not complicate my life, you know, maybe jam tomorrow. Going outside and touching grass. I touched plenty of grass when I was young, didn't much care for it. Had a lot of jobs that involved touching grass, some even cutting it. That shit's behind me now. Bus stop, train station, thanks for the Prime. Appreciate it. Thanks for the tier 1 Prime sub and liking my stuff. If these trams were in America and city, there'd be a daily body count. Yeah, good meme. I mean, we used to have trams in Milwaukee, which is an American city. But unfortunately, we just had too many people for that. To a large degree. They play havoc with traffic. Why touch grass when you can yell at strangers online? See, that's what I'm saying. What, did you know that outside, some of you British people, whoever's watching, at like, what is it, 1 a.m. or something in Britbonger time, you guys are experiencing a heat wave. It's like 80 degrees in Britain right now. I was seeing on Twitter, unless Twitter was lying to me. But that's impossible, right? Because no one could lie on the internet. But anyway, yeah, there's a big heat wave, I'm told. And it's like the average day in Florida, except in Britain, so it's a big problem. I prefer AC, thank you. Thank you very much. If it becomes 65 degrees, let's pump the brakes a little bit. Let's chill out, okay? Do not go any higher. 68, that's right out. Nah. Your wizard tower, wherever you live, my log cabin wizard tower, shall stay in roughly cave temperature. Well, 61 probably. You're making me hungry. You have muffins downstairs and salted butter and marmalade. Don't tempt me. I won't. Chill. Don't worry about it. You know, absence makes the heart grow fonder, and I've found the same can often be the case with food. You know, set up that delayed grat. The tabloids love doing this every year now because it gets international clicks for them. Yeah, that's probably the case, Troy Bone. Because it didn't make much sense to me. I looked at it and it's like, heat wave, 80 degrees, and I'm like, that's not newsworthy. So they must just be trying to get Americans to click on it and feel smugly superior because we have Arizona and we have Florida and we have Texas and all this other shit. So I imagine it's just kind of a big nothing, right? Well, heat waves are dangerous and they suck, but, you know, just turn on your air conditioning. It's the beauty of having a house at all, is to have air conditioning. As a matter of fact, sometimes you get those weird questions online. What time period would you love to live in, you know? Which is essentially a translation of a question, something like, how little do you know about history, you know, in a sense? How much do you romanticize a time period that fucking sucked, right? It's essentially what the question is asking you. But as far as time traveling is concerned, I go by the air conditioning scale. There's essentially a zone that's maybe okay to time travel, and if you leave the air conditioning was invented and in regular use zone, no, not even once. I'll go to war, fine, but I won't live in a time period with no AC. I only choose civilized time periods, thank you. I mean, the internet's nice too. Found out recently your favorite Mexican place in your hometown brought back its massive king crab sandwiches. You want one so bad, sounds good. King crab's delish. Big fan. Enjoy your doctor to not also be your barber, yeah. Oh, your kid has a cough? Here, have some cough medicine that's cocaine, whiskey, and opium just mixed together. Kid'll shut up right away, yeah. Go ahead and paint his nursery room with lead paint too, Jesus. It's a good thing we live when we do, actually. Don't forget to get things into perspective a little bit. Need surgery? Have this ether. Yeah. Are you telling me you don't enjoy your beef being a tinge of green? Yeah, and when you look at it in the light, you see a little bit of a rainbow pattern on the outside of it. That just enhances the flavor, am I right? To be fair, ether also restores 20 MP. Well, true. So I guess it depends on if you're a caster class or not. Better have 7 kids so that the polio doesn't get all of them, yeah. You live in a time with AOS content and a HeyWoah stream where we can virtually walk in Switzerland and talk about hot chocolate and coffee. A few years ago, we had a heat wave through Western Washington. Since most of the buildings don't have air conditioning, some people in Seattle died in their apartments from exhaustion. And the name of the person who typed that is Brutal Burrito. Well, your story is brutal. And those people... well, never mind. Hey, that sucks though. It's not funny. I'm not laughing at the death of people. I actually thought of something really funny earlier that just came to mind right now, but I won't tell you about it. Just a funny anecdote. I wasn't laughing at those people's pain. Also, get some AC. Yeah, heat waves are dangerous. Somebody earlier mentioned, how am I sure that 4K Japan issued me a copyright strike on YouTube? That the same won't happen with Walk, Switzerland here, or the other 2 Walk, Japans that I have acquired just in case, as backups, because I want to kind of cycle through like 3 of them and mix it up a little bit. Becomes old hat if you keep doing the same one, right? And the answer to that question is, there is no such thing as certainty in this mortal coil. But the same channel that I have been using my oldest and most used rainy walk, which is the autumnal rainy forest walk, is from this very channel that I got these from. And so if they haven't done it so far, they probably won't moving forward. However, if they do, well, then I will find some new ones again, and the great wheel will keep turning. Rip to the Corn Dragon in someone's trunk. It's not just someone, Frank on the Rocks. It's Andrew Yells who's got one. I believe it's not the Games Workshop one. He got a different one. But it was still kind of an unfortunate situation. Yeah, cooked like a... Hey, alright. There's a growing narrative for this channel. That you are traveling and sightseeing in a city before having to quickly escape before the copyright police show up. Yeah, they're always lurking around the corners. The bot cops, the boomers. If we're talking about bubblegum crisis or something like that. Oh, you meant the resin melted due to the heat. Oh, yeah. What videos are like Stormcast models, likely to be struck down at any moment. Yeah. Not quite Stormcast Eternal, right? More like Stormcast a few years, maybe. It was one of the funnier memes that came out of that thing. Where in the world is HeyWoah? San Diego. Sandy HeyWoah? Maybe? Sandwich. Ruben, yeah, dude, Ruben was in our, wasn't that in our S tier for sandwiches, I think? I want to say Ruben was up there. It's just a good-ass sandwich. It's a good type of sandwich. Cubano was up there. I don't know. There's a lot of good sandwiches. We don't have to get into it. Not everything has to be food on the Ogre Players channel, but I guess maybe we do touch on it here and there. Around the world in 80 streams. Good meme. One of the 4 heavenly kings, north, south, east, west. Yeah. Tier list of sandwiches that represent each faction. Ogres are a hoagie, right? Yeah, we don't need that. We do have content. I got... And Frank keeps reminding me because... I forgot last time, but also... There is a decent amount of image leaks for Age of Sigmar rules. Which we will be going over today. I don't know how long it's going to take, but we'll talk about it. These are actual rules. There's a lot of juice in Giga, yeah, big implications. One thing I'm not 100% on is how prayer works yet. Ahem. And a lot of times you just can't trust their copywriters. Yeah, we did the sandwich tier list 2 years ago, which represented a low point in the amount of news that Games Workshop was going to give me to talk about. They kind of went dark for a while, and we had to scrape the bottom of the barrel to find something, anything to talk about. Roll a 2-up and add the roll to your points, and then you bank it or use it. Okay, so you add it first. You have this prayer bundle. Now, is that per priest or per army, Frank on the Rocks? It's per priest, okay. Alright. Not spell locked either. It's priest IRA, not prayer social security. Alright. It's interesting. So you could have a big one rolling on your little priest here, but then your opponent knows it and you know it, and they could like maybe try to kill that guy and waste all the time you've spent banking those points. Then again, I suppose you can pray on your opponent's turn. But that does cost resources in any case. So if you start a prayer for 2 and then change your mind, next time you can use the prayer points for prayer 1, okay. Opponent turn praying will let you bank, but only on a 3-up, okay. So here's my next following question. Are you choosing a prayer to pray, or are you just doing a generic prayer roll? And then whatever you roll, you're like, okay, now I bank, or I look at all my prayers and select one. So is it like casting a spell where you have to pick one? You choose a prayer to pray, okay. It's not just like a generic praying and then you open up your prayer book and figure out what you can do after you roll. You do have to choose one then, okay. In general, I don't think I like it being per priest. Just because it's kind of annoying to track, isn't it? I thought we were getting rid of stuff that's annoying to track, you know. I guess how many priests are you gonna have? But depending on the army, maybe a lot of them. Just have a dice tracker? Yeah, I mean, you could always just have a dice tracker, but I'd rather not have to. Does that mean you also have to keep track of your opponent's prayer points to prevent cheating? Yes. Which, okay, you know. You ain't taking 15 priests? Yeah, true. I mean, I bet at most you're gonna have 2, probably, for any old army. You do like that 4th edition seems to be adding all these different resource pools that you have to keep track of and also make your characters become higher and higher priority, depending on what you do or are planning. Even Khorne only takes like 3, yeah. I imagine like the big prey armies, Khorne, Fire Slayers, even you guys probably are topping out at 3 or 4, which I guess is a lot. You're not using a die to keep track of your prayers. You're gonna go old school, get a little bag of beads, those little glass beads, put up some quarters. Yeah, a rosary. You have an abacus that's like this big that you put next to the model and you just slide the things across, depending. Abacus gaming. But isn't just prayer points, it's all the other things too? Yeah, of course, yeah. We're just messing around. At a certain point, which is different for everyone, it becomes annoying, right? And for some people that's one thing, and for some people that's the 7th thing, right? It just kind of depends. Yeah, honestly, a prayer tracking rosary would be kind of cool. Putting together Seraphon, so you may have prayer tokens, Engine of the God tokens, who knows what else. Make sure not to forget your Blizzard tokens for the train. Yeah, I'll be needing those. I will be needing those, supposedly. To my chagrin. Maybe it'll be so bad that you don't even do it, right? That'd be good. Or, maybe it's so much better than I think it's going to be in my head that I'm pleased to keep track of all of it because it's overpowered. That could be the case too. Kinda. Run in charge prayer copium. Anyway, I'm gonna get one of those drinks that we've been talking about. Okay, BRB. Please enjoy a BRB. And then we will be right RB. Are gonna go through the Dude Trust Me and Giga? Yeah. The Dude Trust Me one, I don't know, maybe not. It seems so fake. Anyway, get up, stretch your legs a little bit. It's only been 40 minutes, but chill, I just woke up.
Mr. Owl, how many licks does it take to get to the
Cream.
Let's find out.
Let your fingers do the walking.
I'm Mr. Buckets. Toss your balls on my top. I'm Mr. Buckets.
What do you get when you press on a can of Noxema?
Great balls of comfort.
You get
I can't believe I ate that whole thing.
Oh, whoever heard that before? Unjustifiably in a position that I'd rather not be in.
I'm calling paramedics and your family, Mr. Miller.
You can make this creamy cheese sauce in seconds with American cheese and
Cream.
mushroom Lipton cup soup. And you thought cup soup just made soup.
Oh, yeah. Cream in the World Wrestling Federation.
Wait a minute, friend.
There is
More real meat. You'll be glad we made him taste better. And so will he.
Somebody redeemed a commercial a while ago. And so I thought I would kill two birds, one stone. Anyway, welcome back. 5 out of 7 ad. Yeah, it's a new one. It's a new one. I gotta do a few more, though. People are gonna expect things from me. As this channel becomes more legitimate. Or dies out, one of the two. Might be able to make a new commercial. It's been, I mean, people like the Alter Kill one. But we could do for a new Bateman intro. Just to kind of like add to the rotation, right? This music reminds you of the in-game music in Fiesta, the online MMORPG from Game & Go. It's from, what is it? Persona 4, I think. But it probably does, or is, reminiscent. Legitimately big. Rifts commercials, yeah. Is there a Bateman compilation anywhere? Maybe I've uploaded them to HeyWoah Plus a million years ago. But I don't think the new one is. I don't think the Alter Kill one is. Possible to drop music, yeah. It seems to be meandering up and down. So maybe just down is better. Yeah, we got sad music, but look at how beautiful this looks. What a wonderful countryside they have here. This isn't very alien to me because this is kind of what Wisconsin looks like a lot of places. But still. We had the Verbalaze one, but that meme died. Time for a new challenger to rise up. Yeah. True. You been to Switzerland before? It is this pretty IRL, yeah. I mean, any country that you put snow on is gonna look good for the most part. Snow's a cheat code for looking great. At least I think so. Go see the most popular Bateman video. Charlie prefers... yeah, I can't believe Charlie prefers Verbalaze card to mine. It's a surprise hit on the HeyWoah Plus channel. It had like 30,000 views or something like that. I don't think I uploaded the Alter Kill one yet. Orange Leaves Bis, true, brother. As someone who grew up in Florida, all this snow and elevation is basically an alien landscape too, yeah. For me, it's very nostalgic of where I grew up. Oh, telephoto? We're doing a little zoom. We're zooming in on a train. Alright, we got some production value on this walk. Alright. Do they have funiculars in Wisconsin? As far as I know, yeah. Big zoomers, yeah. Try 60,000 views. Is it really? Okay, I haven't looked at it in a while. I didn't know it was still climbing. Still? Oh, it's on a different page now. I'm live checking it. We're live checking. Oh, the centerpiece tier list. That has 13k. That's pretty good. And then I can't believe that Charlie prefers Verblaze Cardamine. 59,376. Unfortunately, the song is super copyrighted, so we have made $0 from that. But it was a good meme, and we did it for the community. And I'm not above doing that every once in a while. Looks like I haven't done the Alter Kill one, so maybe I'll give that one an upload at some point. I believe all of them are on... I think all of them are on HeyWoah Plus. There might be one that isn't. I'll check it out later. That's the train to Lizard Town. You heard of both Verblaze and Has Been Hotel for the first time from that meme. Talk about culture shock. Yeah, a little bit of it. Has Been turned out to be genuinely amazing, though. It was nice, yeah. There's a level of... I'm trying to be very diplomatic and polite here, okay? The show's fun. And it's by and for a certain crowd. Okay? And they're having fun. And I'm not over here trying to tell them to stop having fun or anything like that. And some of the voice work, some of the voice acting cast, they got it is legitimately good. It is written by a bunch of theater kids, though. In the most stereotypical ways possible. Which to me distracts a little bit from it. But it's fun. They're just having fun. No need to, you know, bring everything down, I guess. I can't think of a good way of saying it. Anyway, the children yearn for Bateman. Yeah, bus stop train station. That would be a good one. If at the very end of this, it's a giant reveal, and it turns out the person walks all the way down and then plays Age of Sigmar at the very end. What a twist. Ahem. It's for theater kids positive or theater kids derogatory. As far as the writing quality, theater kids derogatory. However, it captures, I think, what they were trying to do. And so you can't hate it too hard. Wisconsin, home of famous luminaries HeyWoah, Red Letter Media, and the survived edged weapons training video. Hey, we got Birthplace of Dungeons and Dragons, right? We got that under our belt. Lake Geneva, birthplace of Gen Con. Before it got too big for Lake Geneva, before it got too big for Milwaukee, before it got too big for Wisconsin. And now it's sitting in Indianapolis. You zoned out what show? Has Been Hotel. That was the most measured response ever. Look, one of the things you do when you're critiquing, one of the first things you do when you're critiquing, is you try to discover what they were trying to do and whether or not they succeeded at what they were trying to do. It's an important thing. You think you would have been a very happy theater kid then? You're an old STEM dude instead, knees hurting, missed out on that stuff entirely. Yeah, you can't do it all. My dad made you go to Boulder Junction for a vacation. Can't say it was an awesome vacation. Mike J. and Rich Dahmer. Yeah, they're that loser. That fucking loser. Yeah, we do have that guy, I guess. I had a similar experience. We had I don't know why, we went to Little House on the Rock when I was a kid. And it was like the worst vacation experience ever. I think it was for school or something. It must have been a school trip, possibly even. There was a school trip to Poynette and a school trip to Little House on the Rock. And it was essentially like a nightmare house. Huge. Maze-like. Ceilings that go up forever. Glass walls. Stretching out to infinity. Filled with dolls and reflections of dolls. Strange noises. Room after room of kind of impressionistic terror, I guess. What a horrible place. They had a little tiny arcade there, though. I played some Mortal Kombat. That was fun. I must have went at the wrong age or something. I didn't appreciate the House on the Rock. You went to the House on the Rock with your parents once? The place was weird? It is weird. Yeah. I didn't like it as a child. But that's before I knew that a lot of shit in Wisconsin is just fucking weird and it should be appreciated. Because I don't know, sometimes it's nice that people are allowed to do some weird fucking shit. And it just sticks around. And you're like, man, who did this and why? I'm kind of happy they were allowed to, even if I don't like it. The Fonzie statue is in Wisconsin. Yeah, the bronze Fonz. Yeah. Now it's in, what, Milwaukee, I think. They got that. The bronze Fonz. I don't think it was there when I lived in Milwaukee, but it was added later. Have we started looking at the Seraphon stuff yet? He's talking about Fonzie. Make him stop. Yeah. There's that weird town with the trolls. No, I haven't talked about it. We generally go on walks first, if that's alright. And the length of the walk kind of depends on how much content there is to talk about afterwards. And the subjects meander. But the good takeaway is you haven't missed it. There's that weird town with the trolls. I believe they let you visit the Resident Evil Village recreation. That's neat. It kind of was. I wouldn't have said it at the time because the game hadn't come out yet. But I believe they had one of those things as well, like, you know, those ancient machines at some zoo places or whatever that you put a penny in, it'll flatten it. Or you put a quarter in and it essentially does a resin pour, except the old school resin pour where it heats up plastic into a liquid hot magma state. And then it's got a mold and it fuses it together. And when it's done, it just releases it and it falls down. You can pick it up as a kid. And it is approximately at that moment as hot as those superheated ball of lead dropped into a cup of water, you know, YouTube videos. It's like that. Moldorama, yeah. And it's in the shape of some monkey or something. Yeah, most often seen, I think, at the zoo and stuff, or a state fair. But Little House had one, if I recall. Have you ever been to Wisconsin Dells? Yeah. I don't much care for the Dells, to be honest. It's a big touristy place. I don't tend to go in for big touristy places too much. Even ones that are ostensibly about nature, or that they started that way. I'd rather go to like Peninsula State Park or something, personally. And on your left, you can see the bluffs. And then on the right, there's a shop you can get a duck tour. They got these ducks. It's basically a boat with wheels. It drives around. Hey, look over there. It's a tree. Sweet. Hey, all right. It turns pennies into trash. Yeah, basically does. Sounds pretty unsafe. Yeah. Everything was unsafe back in the day. Things have been in general getting safer and safer over time. As per the aforementioned 7 kids thing and all the our history talk briefly earlier. Where are we walking today? Bern, Switzerland, Japan. Ford Museum outside Detroit has moldorama of the car Kennedy was shot in. That's awesome. I want to get that. See, that's the kind of weird Americana that I'm totally in for. I love that shit. I would get that. I would go to the Ford Museum for that first and all the other stuff second. But I would want to go anyway. I like museums. They're interesting to me. And it's a place in public where nobody's trying to bother you ever for any reason, which I also appreciate. And it's generally quiet, which I also tend to appreciate. However, Kennedy wasn't shot. His head just did that. I'm gonna get my video community noted. Real talk, would you start a new army in the new edition? Probably not. I'm not trying to spend a lot of money on stuff like that. You seem hyped for a couple? Yeah. Assuming that Beast Claw turn out on fun in the index book. Yeah, that would be pretty sad. I would still probably just play it. It's done. I got 1 million of them. I got like 5,000 points. I don't have to get anything new, I don't think, probably. If they suck, they sucked. Bro, they sucked in 2nd edition. They sucked for most of 3rd edition. It's fine. I'll still play the game. If they're legitimately not fun, that's a lot worse than just sucking. Because there's being bad and then there's not being fun. And they don't necessarily have to do with each other, although they have a lot more to do with each other than a lot of people seem to be pretending. So I guess there's a double edge there. After listening to Vince's Mopium, you wonder if anyone will play Slaanesh. I mean, the War Scrolls look good. You want to go to the Chicago Natural History Museum to see the man-eaters of Savo. Chicago has some good museums. Used to go there a lot. It's also got a good aquarium. I've been there 2, maybe 3 times. Chicago's got a solid aquarium. What? 2 different big art museums as well, which I liked. Would you go hard in if they redid the ogre line? I'd buy it all again. Yeah. If they gave ogres the Slaves to Darkness, Seraphon, Skaven kind of treatment where they're just updating all the old sculpts, you know, and they look awesome, I'd buy them all again. in a heartbeat. I don't have like a bunch of armies. I'm not a person who can't stop buying armies, right? So I've lived on the 2 different waves of ogre stuff that I bought for like 8 years now. They don't get a lot of money out of me in the long term, I guess. So if they remade the ogres, yeah, sure. Good work. They're cool. I'll buy them all. I'm not trying to coast by. I'm not trying to do it the cheapest way possible or print anything off. I'm not trying to, like, I don't know, get a deal on everything and technically just play the game. No, I would rather own the real stuff. And it's overpriced and expensive. Yeah, so what? A lot of shit's overpriced and expensive, and if they do good work, then who cares? Especially for stuff like this where you buy it once and then you just use it for 10 years. You know? It's not like the format rotates, really. Unless you want it to, unless you want to buy another army, you know? It's a pretty cool museum, especially for old Americana and history stuff. Yeah, I love that shit. It was great. The most fun I had at the Grand Prix Kansas City was going to the World War I History Museum. It was the highlight of my weekend. I did pretty well in that tournament, but I liked the museum more. That shit was sick. You cross a glass bridge over essentially a moat of 100,000 poppies to get into the place. Awesome. Super cool. And they had a little gift shop area that showed a bunch of the old propaganda posters, which I love too. I like the old... There was one that says, "To hell with the Kaiser," and it's got a guy punching Kaiser Wilhelm in the head, and his little spiky helmet's like falling off. All sorts of propaganda posters. Awesome. Super cool. After listening to, let's see, well, you want to play HOS? Yeah, they were hoping that it would be fun, and it looks like the battle trait is not fun, and that sucks. The War Scrolls look pretty good, but they swing and a miss on that battle trait for sure. Vince is overly negative a lot of the time, you feel, perhaps. But when Games Workshop gives him stuff like the slash rules, what do you expect anyone to do? I don't know. His painting tutorials are great. Agree. You think Vince was more distraught about Slanesh than I was about Stone Skeleton? That's because... How do I put this? I think it's because he's a game designer. And so he's got his ear to the ground on how you do rules at a basic level. And so for him, it's probably really frustrating when somebody fucks up real hard at that. For me, it's just nerfs and stuff, and I don't know what they're trying to do with it, right? And the rules are bad, but they work. It's not the rule doesn't work. The Slanesh rule kind of doesn't work, maybe. And the thought of it, or just the idea of let's have a browbeat style effect is just probably a bad idea. Or maybe it's a weak idea that didn't have the follow through or something like that. I don't know. But for the ogre shit, it's just like, yeah, you don't do any... all this stuff you used to do, you don't anymore. It's just a bunch of nerfs, right? It's just a bunch of nerfs. It's not like they tried to do something and failed. It was like, we think this army is too good in all of these ways, so we're just taking it away and making it all worse. Like, okay, they made a lot of people worse. A lot of armies, right? Everybody has a faction focus, and they looked at their faction focus, and even the things people are excited about, you know, Fire Slayers, whatever, Stormcast, everybody looked at their stuff, and there was things that was worse than the previous version because they're rebalancing the game, you know. We maybe got the most of it, but I don't know, boo fucking who. Magic has taught you that browbeat effects are never good. I think I disagree. Browbeat effects are never good in a game like Magic. Unless it's not really a choice, like Gifts Ungiven, you know? Unless it's not actually, like it pretends to be a choice, but it isn't, right? Different games could have a choice and have it not be bad, right? Like, okay, so picture this. You have a browbeat style effect. And in Magic, that's just bad because everybody knows and everyone's a little better at the game. And the game is also a little simpler sometimes. But in Age of Sigmar, if you succeed at a browbeat effect, the best outcome is that it is actually balanced and good if the play skills are equal, but the better you both get at the game, the worse browbeat effects become. And if you're balanced for normal play and bad for competitive play, sometimes that's acceptable. Sometimes that's fine. Especially if the average player isn't very good. I think the opposite tends to be worse for a game, especially a game like ours. A rule that's overpowered for the average player, but one that the competitive players can so easily defeat that it's like a joke, right? And this happens a lot in fighting games. As you probably, perhaps some of you know, in fighting games. Have you ever come across this issue in fighting games where nobody knows how to play? And somebody chooses some character and just spams a move, a particular move, and nobody can beat it. And they're like, that character's overpowered. And in the soup of everybody sucks at the game and is new, that particular character gets a reputation for being overpowered with that one overpowered move. That type of character is almost always trash once everyone figures out how to play the game and gets good. There's something about it, that style of character that's like famous for being OP if no one knows what they're doing. Once everyone gets good, that character is like dog shit. They only have that one move and it's so easy to beat, you know. And so that's the situation you don't want to be in. Yeah, a knowledge check character, perhaps. Or like a gimmick character, like once you figure out the gimmick, then that's it, you know? Anyway, so it's like, what you don't want is that for a browbeat style effect. Like, that thing is really good if no one knows what they're doing, but once you figure it out, you just always choose no, and then the thing sucks, or whatever. Perfect description of Jigglypuff. I'm seeing some Potemkin busters. Did you ever play MOBAs, League, Dota? I played the proto MOBAs when they were still mods for Warcraft 3. And they were pretty fun. And then they came out with one called Dota, and I didn't much like it. And then they came out with one called League of Legends, and I didn't much like it. And then they became the most popular games on the entire planet, and I didn't much like them. It largely seemed like there was a period of maybe 5 or 6 years, I think, that League of Legends was on everyone's computer, and it was a program that you could double click on. And when you did, a half an hour from that moment, you were mad. And that's essentially what that program on your computer did. You double click on it, and it's a program that runs, and then you become mad. Like, you get yourself angry and upset in your leisure time. And I watched it consume basically everyone I knew. Yeah, it's the same as being on Twitter for a lot of people. Try 3 minutes later, then you stay mad for half an hour? Okay. That's fair enough. It's a Skinner box. It makes you mad, so when you have a rare moment of happiness, you would reward Riot by swiping your credit card, rinse and repeat. Yeah. Never fell into those traps. And it was one of the first really successful quote-unquote free games that ended up costing you way more than a normal game. Like, damn, you're gonna buy a game for $60? What an idiot. League of Legends is free. Meanwhile, if you could force the person to show you their real credit card statement and not hide anything, they'd be spending like $1,000 a year, $2,000 a year on that fucking game for only skins. I just win my way to all this stuff. Sure. Sure you do. I bet you play WoW for free because you make gold from the auction house as well. Sure. Alright, good. Whenever you say. Sauron would love MOBAs. The Just Pick Leroy showed the problem with strong gimmicks. Cricket League Legends was to play just for the part where you're getting better and didn't care about being bad, and then once you started to care, you had to quit. Yeah, it was like, kind of like that for Overwatch for me. When Overwatch came out, I had a lot of fun with it. Like, on-launch Overwatch was very fun. But the better I got, the less fun I was having. Almost at a 1-for-1 rate. The better I got, the less fun I had. The more I cared about my shit-ass teammates and what they weren't doing right or whatever. And the more communication I had to do, and we had to do, to play. And the more that you had to play with people that you knew were good, and kind of have a team or whatever. And the losses were harder. And the character that I liked to play was literally bad, and so I had to change. Because as a Roadhog, bro, you're just giving your opponents ultimates, like the character sucks. Yeah, and so I found myself, I'm like, damn, the better I get at this game, the less fun I have. I think I'll just stop playing it. I like to play games for fun. But it was very fun for the first few weeks, I would say. Bring back Roadhog 1.0. Push B, you fucks. Experience is the joy killer. It can be. It was like that for me in Overwatch. It wasn't like that for me in Magic. The better I got at Magic, the more fun I had. It was a self-fulfilling, I don't know. It was a little gasoline engine that was pouring itself gasoline, I don't know, in a big loop. It was like a magnet pulling yourself somewhere in one of those funny little MS Paint things. With Magic, the better I got, the more fun I had for sure. With Overwatch, the better I got, the worse I felt, and the less fun I had. So maybe it depends on the game, maybe it depends on the person, maybe it's because Magic is single player and Overwatch you had to deal with teammates. And I don't like dealing with teammates. If I'm gonna lose, I want it to be because I did something or didn't do something. I want it to be on me. I don't want to lose because of someone else. That's annoying. Also, when I win at Magic, I like to get money. And when I win at Overwatch, I didn't get any money. Yeah, maybe that's it. I'm not sure. I know you play waifu games. I do. What about gacha games? No, I have any amount of self-respect whatsoever. It might not seem like it, because I'm a big weirdo nerd hermit who doesn't go outside. Booming, right? It might seem like I have no self-respect at all sometimes. but the way that I can tell that I do, it's at least detectable, right, is because I don't play gacha games. That's the only thing you have to do. And you have at least 1 micron of self-respect for yourself and your loved ones. And society as a whole. Also gaming as a concept. Your fellow man. The concept of right and wrong. Anyway, good question. If Magic forced you to play with 4 other randos, it would have had the same problem? Yes, it would have. Unless it was a forced casual format, which is what EDH has tried to do. And the people, to their credit, are doing everything they possibly can to ruin it. They don't think they are, but they are. Such as run tournaments in EDH, which you should never do. Or play CEDH for money, which you should never do. And so they're trying to ruin everything, but as long as it's not competitive, you can do multiplayer in Magic. But you sure can't if it is. It doesn't have the structure for it, and there's bedrock foundational problems with it that are essentially unsolvable, I think, from a judge point of view. I don't know how you can run an EDH tournament and put money at the top of it. Help me help you. Perhaps I'm booming here and you guys got to put me in my place, okay? How can you have an EDH tournament? It's a 4-player game. How do you stop collusion? I'm talking tournament structure, right? Judge, DCI, TO, stuff like that. How do you stop collusion? During the game. How do you stop collusion before the game? How do you stop collusion driving to the event with your team of X number of people that are just going to, like, fix the outcome of any match that they can, that they happen to be in the same pod for, or whatever, what have you? When there's 4 players, how do you ever stop that? You can stop it with 2 because someone has to lose, or you can ID or something like that. But yeah, to me, everything just crumbles after that. And cheating is like ludicrously easy and almost impossible to... I mean, it's hard enough to watch one opponent to make sure they're not cheating, much less 3. Jesus, right? Rule number 1, never have fun. But the waifus, though, I don't even think the waifus are that good. There, I said it. I mean, some of the waifus are good, but there's nothing, there's no incentive to spend money, I guess. That's the thing. The games are nothing. Like there's essentially no game there. The stories are horrendous, just trash, right? Like what's the incentive, right? I don't know. There's no porn. What are they for? Who are they for? I don't get it. I don't know. I'm like an alien, observing humans, being like, I don't understand these emotions that I'm watching. All right, Swiss walk off, Japan walk 2 on. Welcome to Japan 2. Hope you enjoy your stay. I wonder if this one's good. We'll have to find out. CDH is an excellent format, but there should never be prize money. Yeah, no, of course not. You wish EDH was fun at all? I like EDH a lot. I have a lot of fun with it. But I wouldn't be in a tournament for it. Doesn't make any sense to do that. Fundamental issue with Overwatch is that it's designed to minimize individual skill. The better you get, the more it fights you. Yeah, that's true. Which is good for the game, but bad for you trying to have fun with said game. Focus? Hello? Okay, thank you. Chill, we're good. We're good. This one might be a touch loud as well. What do you think? You understand, people like EDH, good on them, but you just can't get into it because it feels like it's not, if it's not CDH, then we're just smacking each other with pool noodles, not trying to win too hard. It's weird to get into that, right? You're powering yourself down on purpose, and when, how to put this, it's easy for everybody to be on the same playing field roughly if your job is just make the best shit, right? Because then you're gonna naturally butt up against the wall at the very ceiling. But if it's make a casual deck, then everybody's definition is just all over the place, and then we have the problem that EDH kind of has, where everybody says their deck is 7 out of 10, because to them, in their head, what they've made is 7 out of 10, but they're all over the place. Who don't win too hard, let them do the fun thing, right? It's tricky to find the right place for that. Essentially, what you have to do is get yourself a regular group, and then once you have a regular group, you guys can figure it out because you know it. Most of the EDH rules are made, including Rule 0 and the banned list. They're made so that random people can play against each other and possibly have an okay game. Once you have people that you regularly play with, you're supposed to just do whatever you want, as long as everyone agrees. That's like the point, I guess. Are we walking to the lizard man? Yes, we are. You were addicted to gacha for a while. Worst decision? It is designed exactly to take advantage of your brain. So they're designing it in a way to subconsciously get you. So don't feel too bad. Every single part of their game design philosophy is built upon grabbing your subtle, like, ancient stimulus response, monkey, brain. You survived in nature because you had pattern recognition in this thing and that thing. They're using all of that, the lizard brain, to try to get every dollar out of your wallet, right? And they got the top men on it. Top men. But you have freed yourself, and I appreciate that. Recently got into Duolingo, and it's fun to pick out words on the street signs. You're like a 5-year-old in a car just pointing and saying words, yeah. Didn't the game dev say something about player optimizing the fun out of games? Yeah. I think that's the most, I don't know, one of the most commonly it's not misquoted, but I think he was wrong in a certain respect. Whiskey Steel, thanks for the tier 1 gifter. The backdoor bash, appreciate it. That quote from that game designer, the players optimize the fun out of the games, to me that sounds like someone who just didn't do as good a job designing a game as they thought they did, and then throwing their hands up and being like, it is the children who are wrong, you know? No, at the end of the day, You know, the players will play the game how your rules that you wrote oblige them to play that game. And you might have intended for something somewhere to work some way, but, you know, I don't know, you wrote that. You made bravery not matter, and so no one cares about bravery. It's not their fault. You made depravity work like that for Slaanesh Book 2. It's not the player's fault for making an overpowered Slaanesh army. You were the one who handed them the ammunition that they are using to shoot now. Like, it's entirely on you. If you don't want a player to do something, don't let them do it. That's it. Also, optimizing is fun. To me, that's most of the fun of games, is optimizing. That is the fun. Once I've figured it out, sometimes I don't even need to play it, because cracking the code was the fun part for me. It's kind of like geese. You guys know geese. Them birds, right? They got those V's. They're flying in a giant V in the air. You know, like the bird. Yeah, not Geese Howard, Frank. I know you immediately, oh, Howard? I'm like, no, I'm talking about the bird for once. Yeah. They're flying in a little V right there, right? And you got the player right here. The very one out front. That's the guy that figured out what the best thing to do is. And he had all of the fun, because optimizing is fun. And so the guy right at the front there, that person had the most fun. But in an online game where information travels very quickly and you just go to a website and copy some build or whatever, that's all the other birds here, and that's all the other geese. They're just copy pasting. They didn't get to have that fun. They're just playing the optimal thing because Thing told them to. You know. But I don't know, if you're right out in front, right at the very beginning, sometimes you get to have the optimizing fun. And then playing the game is just essentially enjoying the fruits of your labor at that point. How come you're playing this game, your character is so overpowered, it's basically like you're playing with cheat codes. Why is that fun? Because I cracked the code. I did the math. I found the combo. You know? And now I'm just enjoying the fruits of my labor, right? This isn't like, the game is too easy now, so I'm not having fun. This is, I did the cool thing, and now I win, you know? If you just use cheat codes, yeah, the game would get boring because you typed something in, right? The real reason that's fun is because you're, you know, you've earned this. You've earned your vacation, I guess. I don't know. Which is why EDH is fun. You optimize your own crappy deck. Yeah, you can have design restrictions, you know. Depends on where you start. Sometimes it's easier to create something in a vacuum, or in a box, like with a limiter. Like, I'm gonna choose Ogre Maw Tribes, and that faction usually sucks, actually. But I'm gonna make the best Ogre Maw Tribes I can. I'm gonna start optimizing after my first choice. If I was full optimizing, I wouldn't have chose the faction at all. But what I'm going to do is I'm going to make a fun choice first, and then from there we're going to optimize. And in this way you can a lot of times have your cake and eat it too. If you actively incentivize optimizing the fun out of games, then yeah, of course they'll optimize it away, yeah. You disagree when the game explicitly says optimize or GTFO, looking at you, Pathfinder 2nd Edition, because then doing anything else becomes a feel bad. Yeah, I suppose so. I don't know. I don't know about Pathfinder 2nd Edition, so I don't have a good frame of reference here. I liked 1st Edition Pathfinder plenty, and 3.5 and stuff. I liked those. I liked the crunch era of mainline D&D and secondary D&D, which is Pathfinder. I liked that. Now we're getting too sleek and easy, and don't even need to chew it, just swallow it. I don't know, we're getting a little bit of that. Making it as fast and easy and pick it up immediately and start playing kind of stuff. A little too much of that for me. I think it's the correct way to do it, and the most popular and lucrative way to do it. And probably the one that everybody else likes except me. So I'm not saying they should change. I'm just saying, coming at it from the other end, from the optimize or get the fuck out, and if you don't optimize, it's a feel bad. Well, for me, if everything is the same, then it doesn't matter what I do. And if it doesn't matter what I do, then my agency doesn't matter. And so why am I even here? What am I doing here? It's like, you can pick 4 classes, red, blue, yellow, white, okay? Four classes. And every class has 1 attack. And that attack does 2d6 damage, right? And they're all called something different, and they all have different flavor, but really, everybody is +2 to hit, 2d6 damage. I'm like, okay, so everything's just the same with different colors. Yeah, but it's perfectly balanced. And it's so easy, it's so fast. Perfectly balanced, quick and easy, you know? Yeah, but okay. I don't know. What's the point? Why should I make any decision at all? I don't know. To me, that's like so boring, almost to being pointless. So there's, I guess what I'm saying is you got guardrails. You can go too far in each direction. And some people like one, some people like another. Everybody is on the spectrum in some way. You found PF 2E to have a satisfying amount of crunch while being streamlined enough for a middle-aged career guy. Okay. If some game designer could figure out how to reward a player for come up with a restriction, then optimize within that restriction, and then you get points for how crazy a restriction is, best game. Hold on, I'm gonna choose some... Oh, what are those things called that GURPS used to have in some other games? There was a brief period in tabletop game design where all the games decided we're gonna have little tiny advantages and disadvantages, you know, like character flaws. And so it was brief. It was a short period of time, I think. But they're like, my character's going to have these 12 flaws that literally don't matter at all, and I can figure out a way to make sure that none of these flaws matter. And now I have extra points to spend on other stuff. And it made goofy ass characters, which is kind of fun in a way. Boons and Banes, yeah. Have you seen Puff and Forrest video on running PF2? No, I've seen and know nothing about Pathfinder 2e at all. I remember when PF2 was in beta testing, and it was at Gen Con, and you could stand in line to play a playtest version of it, but the line was too long. Whatever year that was the last time I ever looked into any PF2. Not on purpose, or I'm not like mad, it's just... I just never looked into it. I don't know anything about Pathfinder 2. I liked Pathfinder 1. So if Pathfinder 2 has more crunch, then good. If it has less, then I don't like it. Ahem. For a 40k Masters event in Australia one weekend, all the players got together and wrote the best list we could for each codex. Then on the day, at the start of each round, we randomly drew our army. That's fun. You would have to be like a player who practices to do that, you know, like a regular player. You're familiar with just everything, and you've played against all the armies, so you could, you know, reasonably run it at an event. But that sounds like a fun tourney. It's pretty fantastic. Puffin didn't like it though because it's too much crunch. Oh, okay. I don't know who this Puffin is, but I guess me and him probably like the opposite type of games then. I wonder if you could get a game too crunchy for me. I'm not sure if it's possible. PF2 has less crunch in the moment, but there's some really awkward shit in character building without an external tool, which is always a bad sign. I don't know. I don't know if that's... See, I wish I knew about this subject. I can't really speak to it. What does crunch mean? Complication, essentially. A bunch of stuff to look through. Ooh, I wonder if this combo interacts with this thing. What they mean is it takes time. It takes time. There's a lot of things. There's a lot of adding. There's a lot of looking through books and just making choices and coming up with this. There's a lot of optimization, I guess. Not even optimization, just there's a lot of stuff. And to me, that's synonymous with intrinsically the core fun of a TTRPG, full stop. But for other people, and it seems most people, crunch is like a bad word that they don't want. And if I'm going to be unsympathetic, if you thought that like Dungeons & Dragons 5 or I don't know, if you think TTRPGs have too much crunch, you know, then you are actually in the wrong genre of game entirely, and you got to go play Dominion or like Blackjack or something. You walked into the wrong store. But I'm wrong, and the minority, and old, so. Problematic character creation weirdness. Bro says, hey, well, he plays the 300 book game with no good digital sources. Yeah, there are actually no good digital sources for Rifts at all. I make a character sheet in notepad.txt. Just type it up. I don't see what the problem is. I need a character sheet that I can click on it, and then it just does it for me. It tells me what to do. I need an external tool. Oh, man. Hey, I'm acting like an external tool at this moment. I apologize. It's just kind of funny to me. That's all. I don't mean anything by it. It's just interesting to listen to sometimes. The two opposites interacting, I guess. What are you? Some kind of complete fucking nerd? Yeah, that's what the games were designed by and for, yes. Yeah. Don't you guys have a Marvel movie to go watch? Don't you got TikTok to do this on? Come on. No, I'm kidding. It's fine. There's a game for everyone. Chill. Crunch is what AOS First Edition didn't have. Yeah, I suppose so. And what no version of AOS has ever had, in my opinion. I tend to think of crunch to be more in generative ways, or maybe we could split it and say that there's gameplay crunch and pre-game crunch, I guess, or some such. Because I think that's a useful distinction to make, and probably a really important one. There's like crunchy character gen. I will accept an infinite amount of that. But then during the game, There's a level of crunch that really just slows things to a crawl. And it takes forever to resolve stuff. And here we can, you know, I'll reach across the aisle and we can be like, look, we do need combats that don't take 6 hours. So, okay. We can agree on that part at least, you know. The only crunch I'm trying to get is from this hot chip, am I right? Let's go. Crunch is mechanics, fluff is narrative. They aren't exclusive, just different aspects. Yeah, I think that's probably a fairy. I think that's probably just the most concise way of saying it. Fluff is narrative, crunch is mechanics. You want some kind of balance. Crunch is great, but the GM needs to know when to ignore certain things or let cool stuff happen. Yeah, and this whole time we've mostly, or at least I've been mostly talking about character creation levels of crunch, which is different than during the game levels of crunch. During the game, as the GM or DM, as the case may be, you gotta be able to make some decisions in the moment. You know, sometimes it's worth doing the old school, you know, you're in the dungeon, there's the 4 walls, there's some slime on the east wall, there's a pile of rubble, you hear the faint trickling of water, perhaps a footstep echoing in the caverns beyond, and there's a 10-foot fuzzy sphere of light from your candle. Because the candle wavers, you know that there is some sort of moving air here, which means it must connect eventually to the surface. You know, what do? Oh, I'm gonna look at the slime. Okay, you examine the slime? How do you examine the slime? Ooh, I poke it. I poke it with something. Okay, you poke the slime. There was actually a membrane on the outside of the slime, and you have pierced it, and now a different color of slime is coming out of the slime. And as a GM, you're like, the slime is of no significance, I'm actually just wasting time here. And sometimes people like that, and sometimes it's, maybe we need to get on with it and have him figure out that if you move the rubble, there's a grate and you can open it up, and that's the way to get there, right? So, you know, sometimes you just have to figure out if everybody is liking what you're doing and you're painstakingly crawling towards the next part of the scene and everybody likes that, then it's fine. Some people want to get on with it. You just gotta make that decision in the moment. Actually, I didn't walk in the room yet. Yeah. I eat this. We got a lot of slime eaters in the chat. A lot of people. I eat the slime. I eat the slime. Some alternative TTRPGs out there like Dungeon World, where it leans heavily into the collaborative storytelling. It's almost a different game type in a way than what we call TTRPG, and it definitely requires a GM who is into the concept. Yeah, and it's a collaboration. I have always thought that. Some people have an adversarial relationship between players and the DM. Like he's actually trying to kill them, and they're actually trying to get one over on them, you know? And that's a legitimate way to play. It's just not something I'm particularly interested in. At least not with the rules as the way they are. I'm looking for a collaborative storytelling experience. A tasty slime. Yeah, and obviously I was getting towards the, you know, you welcome slime into your heart. Ching. Collect your little tarot card there. Thou art slime, slime art thou. Slime affectionately. You could listen to me narrate anything. What, talk about entering an ancient dungeon corridor with slime on the wall? Well, I will, you know, coming soon. Every other Thursday near you. Me jamming a Palladium Rifts game. Featuring my mods, who haven't played before. And Vincent Venturella, who definitely has played before. So I don't know, look forward to that if you like me describing stuff. Role-playing changes when you stop seeing the DM as a mere arbitrator of rules, but as another player that uses a different set of rules. I suppose, yeah. I see them as the director who has final cut. And you've cornered him in an elevator and you're trying to tell him about your knockoff movie. No, that's not quite fair. Vince, I like the slime. I'd be like, oh baby, we got this slime here. I love me some slime. I got just the thing for this slime. Pulls out his airbrush. Get some isometric on this. It's tough to find a group that harmonize on what they like to do. One person never wants to fight, and for someone else it's the most fun part. Often there's only so much you can do as a GM. Yeah, you know, that's part of that's why the first few adventures are kind of just feeling things out. You're on a fact-finding mission, first few adventures. You're trying to your job as a GM, essentially. You're trying to figure out why each of these people want to play D&D, or whatever game it is. Some people like combat, some people like talking, some people like being the star of the show, some people like having the solution to problems, some people like coming up with weird plans and seeing if they work. And some people want to feel needed. They don't even really, or sometimes it might seem like, they don't even really like the game. What they really like is being a part of something and for other people to need them, to rely upon them and have that work. And they'll play WoW, they'll play Final Fantasy, they'll play a TTRPG, they'll play whatever. They're actually looking for that thing. And they like to be that person who's like, oh, you're looking for a fourth and you can't play? I'll be the fourth. What are we missing? Healer? I'll be the healer. You know, the, what would you call it? The Lebowski's rug, I guess, kind of person. Really just ties the room together. And some people like slime, it's true. You love being that missing piece, yeah. And that's fine. You don't need to do much else for them, and it might seem like you're not doing much else for them. I don't know. A lot of it is, there's a little meta, there's like a meta game going on floating above the table, where you are trying to give everybody their time to shine, at least once per adventure, you know? Everybody's got their time to shine. The fighter guy, let him fight something. The puzzle guy, let him solve something. The talky guy, let him talk to something. Right. Whatever it is they like to do. And it doesn't have to be that simple. A lot of times it's more complicated, but yeah, you're trying to give everybody at least something. It's like an episode of a TV show. You know, everybody's got some screen time. Some people have more screen time, some people have less. But everybody gets to do their thing and the camera is on them for a little while. Hello, classic so-and-so, you know. The only thing is everyone really does need to want to be there. That's the only thing, and that's hard to figure out. Oh, just one more thing. Yeah. The number of floating islands on that land. It was 2, wasn't it? But before you picked it up with the days, it was 3. Now my wife, see, she went to Kamigawa on vacation with my nephew. Beautiful waterfalls they got there. Anyway, nobody's old enough to remember this except for my 3 mods. D&D, but all the characters are Columbo. And all the NPCs. If you think I didn't put Columbo in the Rifts game, first of all, you haven't been paying attention. And secondly, of course, I got all sorts of little funny cameos and nods to the audience that it doesn't have to be like front row center. It's just like, it could just be some little background piece of information, but if you're not constantly nudging and winking at the audience, what are you doing? Get them involved too. I was thinking of setting up a thing where chat could donate. If chat gifted a sub, it would either like give a bonus or a detriment to somebody's roll. But I decided not to for 2 reasons. 1, chat's on a delay. And it'd be too annoying to like wait for that. It would fuck up the game flow. And secondly, the chance of chat banding together to literally ruin the game is very high. And it's not worth the amount of money I would get for it in exchange. Chat can donate to refill my PPE meter, yeah. Jackie Treehorn pulls a lot of water in this town, Lebowski. Oh, the cop line. You don't pull shit. And every session on a cliffhanger, then they will want to come next time. Let's go. A lot of streams have donate to give someone advantage, disadvantage for X player or GM next roll. And then it's just like loaded in the chamber, I guess. Maybe I'll look into that. I'll get everything else set up first before I decide to start ruining the rolls of the game with memes. It could be like funny, I guess. Or it could just be that like all the players just always have advantage forever. I mean, Rifts doesn't have the advantage system, but it very easily could. You could very well just add it. It's not hard. Isn't Silent Hill doing this with their weird story stream things? Possibly. Oh, big emote. Cassie Dam. Dude, look at how cute she is. Just a moe blob. Just a fucking blob. 2 button eyes. Thanks for the giga-sized emote and the bits. Does Rifts have a luck system? Not really, no. Besides using dice, I guess. One game you watched on YouTube, the GM had the players set out a thing their characters believed and a thing they want to achieve. That's every session. Okay. Then if they act on that belief or achieve that goal in the session, they get some kind of bonus. You thought that was cool? Yeah. It's like an exercise in focusing yourself towards some accomplishment, I guess. I would maybe consider do that if the party just never had any agency to do anything. I don't like if it was a party that just was like a leaf blowing on the wind, you know, they just never made decisions, they just did whatever, I guess. What's this button do? Oh, it means I don't curse for the next 12 fucking seconds. But I will. Thanks for spending 12,000 double turns. It's one of the default things, and I thought it would be funny. Normally it says like 10 minutes. I made it 12 seconds. Eat shit. Anyway, thanks for spending the double turns. That's how you dole out EXP based on players' set character goals. Chat is a hive mind PC. I'm sure someone's done that, right? Someone's done that. Chat plays D&D. They made chat play Pokemon. So I bet you could rig up chat plays Dungeons and Dragons, you know? I bet you could do that. Need to have a donate amount to give the enemies a double turn? Yeah, that's a concern also. If I gave chat the power to affect the game, it would make my job crazy harder. And it's hard enough as it is to be a good GM, much less a GM in front of people, and a GM who's in front of people and trying to have an entertaining show and entertain the players and move things along. Now I gotta worry about you motherfuckers trying to throw a wrench into it for the memes, which would be funny, actually. Like, it would be funny, and I would laugh if it was happening to someone else, but it would be happening to me. I don't know. Anyway, thanks for the big caco, the caca-big emote. Appreciate it. Doug pulled that off with the most basic D&D session. I bet you could do it, yeah. Do you mean to tell me that chat fried this rice? With its very scroll wheels? I don't know what would chat's hands be. I just assumed scroll wheel. Professor Lando is playing in it, and the other two PCs are Twitch chat and YouTube chat. Interesting. Professor Lando, he's a great wizened sage. I remember him well. Whose young face belies the years behind... I don't know why I'm talking in D&D GM speak. You got me all thinking about it now. Anyway, we've been on a walk for 2 hours, and I've enjoyed myself. But we got Seraphon to get through, and there's a bunch of leaks in Giga that have to do with rules. And so it just might be dino time. You haven't missed a thing. I'll cut the commercial, get up, stretch your legs a little bit, and it will become dino time. Gigo before Lizzo? Yeah, I think Gigo before Lizzo.
Mr. Owl, how many licks does it take to get to
Cream.
Let's find out.
Let your fingers do the walking.
I'm Mr. Bucket. Toss your balls on my top. I'm Mr. Bucket.
What do you get when you press on a can of Noxema?
Great balls of comfort.
You get
I can't believe I ate that whole thing.
Oh, where have I heard that before? Unjustifiably in a position that I'd rather not be in.
I'm calling paramedics and your family, Mr. Miller.
You can make this creamy cheese sauce in seconds with American cheese and
Cream.
mushroom Lipton cup of soup. And you thought cup of soup just made soup.
Oh, yeah. Cream in the World Wrestling Federation.
Wait a minute,
and there is
more real meat. You'll be glad we made him taste better. And so will he.
You'll be glad we made him taste better. And so will he. Big Klondike next. Because I noticed 2 people did them and I didn't do either of them.
With Klondike ice cream bars, you get big servings, big taste, big
cream.
Imagine
5 big, moist, delicious ounces of big, hot ice cream. And a coating made with beautiful
Milk.
chocolate so you can
pour
big cream.
like I've never had it.
Klondike, big bar, big
cream.
Big bar, big cream. Yo, we back. Get some BGM here, shall we? Yeah, great balls of comfort. Really comforting. Klondike fucking sucks. It does. You are not wrong. It does suck. These are in Giga. I've looked at some of them, haven't seen all of them. Saw maybe the first half of them. With that being said, let's jump right into it. These are screenshots of actual rules. Kind of exciting. Got like a hair on the front of this hat. You know what that happens? Where you don't know the distance, but it's like kind of close. Hold up. Oh, you son of a bitch. Target acquired. Okay. Marked safe. We got it. This is the most horrific one, and you think it will be ignored in the GHB? Okay. 1.2.1, my dude. Underspending. That sounds like a headline some fucking journalist invented for explaining why people aren't spending 1% less money at the grocery store in 2024. Like, this sounds like a buzzword that some fucking asshole journalist invented. Millennials today are underspending at the grocery store. Anyway, in many cases, the total points cost of the units in your army will not add up to the exact points limit, but you might not have enough points left to add another unit. That's me, always. My average army was like 1930, 1940. I was always down. I was just always down. Couldn't make 2,000 if my life depended on it. Most recently, yes, but historically, no. If the points cost of your army is 50 or more points lower than the points limit of the battle, you gain 1 extra command point at the start of the first battle round. Now, to me, I don't mean to take this and run with it before we know everything. To me, this paragraph reads, if you're playing a 2K game, you are playing a 1950 game. Full stop, end of story, no matter what. The game size is 1950, and that's final. That's it. It's just 1950. Yep, that's it. That's how big the game is. You're playing a 3,000 point game, you're actually playing a 2950 game. So Frank seems to think that it will be ignored in the GHB, much like how priority randomly deciding the first turn in the old core rules was ignored for the GHB. That might be true. That might be the case. I don't know that I have like a huge opinion about it necessarily. Just that if this is the way if this is the way that we will be playing, then my armies will be 1950 and that's it. And then if this isn't, and we'll be doing GHBs with something else, then I'll be doing 2000. Whatever it is, you know, there you go. Command points being as rare as they are? Yeah, command points being as rare as they are. Command points being as powerful and swingy as they are. You know, they made them real good. And yeah, it's the first battle round only. They don't roll over, no rollover minutes, right? But even still, you can cause them to roll over even if they don't. For instance, oh man, I'm going to lose my extra command point I got, and there was nothing to do with it because it's the first battle round we haven't even fought yet. Well, just spend a command point on your turn to pray, and now those prayer points, I keep those. So it's kind of like converting the command point that won't last into something that will be lasting, right? So anyway, you guys don't need to know that. Yeah, nights and weekends free. Next, what do we got? Each hero's battle profile lists which units can be added to their regiment, and each non-hero unit's battle profile lists any relevant keywords it has. The battle profiles of some heroes, such as named characters, may say that they can be added to the regiments of another hero. Okay. And then I'm going to scroll down because they... Wait, no, I'm going to scroll up because they show this, and this is probably worth looking at. This is how things will be listed. Form regiments. We got, this is a regiment. It's got Lord Vigilant on Griffstalker. He's the general. 5 libs, 10 reinforced libs, 3 prosecutors, 5 vindictors. A bunch of foot guys. 1 to 5 regiments per army. Must pick 1 hero to be your general. Each regiment has at least 1 hero, and it doesn't have to have anything else, as I'm reading it here. 0 to 3 non-heroes, or 0 to 4 if the hero is your general. Reinforce double pointies. So this means that you can take just a hero. I guess you could have 5 heroes, which are in regiments, and then I don't fully know about the auxiliary stuff yet. But the auxiliary stuff seems to just be you just take it. You just take it. The downside is it adds to your drops or something like that. You can take heroes and auxiliary slots. Yeah, that's what I assumed. Warmaster must be the general. Is that listed here somewhere? Somewhere is it? Oh, here we go. Yeah, I scrolled all the way down. True. 3.2, the general. You must pick 1 hero in your army to be the general. If any units in your army have the Warmaster keyword, you must pick 1 of those to be your general. Oh. So Warmaster went from being a good thing, because it was double Jennies. Now it's a bad thing. Right? It just means that the Warmaster has to be your general. So it went from a positive keyword to a straight negative one. Okay. Your general's regiment can include up to 4 non-hero units in addition to your general. Warmaster is still a good thing. It unlocks any unit to be taken in a regiment. Oh, okay. Alright. So it's not just the downside. That's good. It doesn't matter, actually, because you can give traits to whoever now. Oh, you don't have to give them to your general. Okay.
Good job, King.
Then I think we're good. Good job, King. Hey, Jupes, thanks for the tier 3 big tier. Appreciate it. Maximum tier. Wow, crazy. That's like 36 months. Wait, no, 31? Yeah, that's almost 31. Uniques cannot have enhancements. Okay, still no fun allowed. Yeah. Yeah. Uniques, no fun. Can't do it. You have to choose someone else. Taking double Warmasters also lets you take 8 units into 2-drop. Let's go. I think you can only... Hold on. Only your general's regiment can include 4, it seems like. But 7 is still pretty good. And then it said the type of hero depends on what type of dudes he can have. Is it going to be a thing where, like, Lord Vigilant on Griffstalker can only take Liberators and Prosecutors and Vindicators, but he can't take whatever, Fulminators or something? And so this is how they're going to get you, in other words. You know, if you want Fulminators in your army because they're good, you got to take the tax hero that lets you play them in a regiment or something. I wonder if that's how they're going to get you with it. Because otherwise you could just choose whatever you want, and that's not okay, right? We're giving up a potential balance knob. We don't know how restrictive it's going to be. True. Probably listed on the points page, yeah. Heroic traits don't need to be taken on generals now, at least. Yeah, that's actually good. So you can still get your trait. It's not like you straight lose it, you know. Yeah, true. Or you take the Fulminators in an auxiliary. I don't fully know how the whole auxiliary thing is going to work. My guess is that you... my guess is that you're not supposed to play with any auxiliaries. That if you play with any auxiliaries, you suck for some reason. Like, no one wants to do it. And so it'll be one of those, well, technically you could, but really you can't. That's how I see it becoming. You're supposed to kind of, you know, a little Neapolitan. I don't need to read that. Regiments of Renown? Sure, I guess. It could be a good balance mechanism or rage-inducing if they are amended, so you have to buy new stuff. Yeah, or if your faction just happens to have shit ones, right? Like, you can read the headlines now. You know, you can, oh shit, I can see the future. Your army has the best unit in the regiment with the best hero. So you don't have to give up anything. My army has the best unit trapped in prison with this shit-ass tax hero that sucks. So fuck you, that's not fair. I can see it already, you know. Like, there's probably going to be some stuff like that. I bet. Now watch them balance OP units with this can only be taken as auxiliary. Yeah. I mean, that would balance them all right at the end of a plank. Allies, if they exist in this edition, might be restricted to auxiliaries only. Good, get them out. And suddenly I have no sympathy. I'm like that guy opening the window behind him, you know. Weebs out, you know, except allies out, get them out. Choose an army. Play that army. Regiments of Renown, in addition to creating your own regiments. You can also spend points to include one regiment of renown. Pre-built regiments, each with their own special abilities. The rules for each will specify which factions can include it. This might be what allies are. A unit in a regiment of renown cannot be your general, even if it is a warmonger. Okay. Yeah, this might be what allies are moving forward, but I don't know. We'll have to see. Not a fan of soup? No. In a lot of games, I'm a big fan of soup. In Age of Sigmar, very not. Yeah. I gave them 7 years to fix problems with soup, and they can't, and so now just say no. Winners don't use drugs, all right? Because essentially I never want a situation, let's pretend I'm a game designer for a moment or something, right? I never want a situation where your unit for your army is better in someone else's army than it is in yours. You never want that. That feels bad. And it feels bad for everyone, potentially. It feels bad for the player who's like, I'm Nighthaunt. And this other Death Army is playing my best unit, and it's better than me in my own army. It's better. That doesn't feel good. And then the person who's doing that will flip the script a little bit. Maybe that person feels, damn, I'm playing ogres because I love ogres. But ogres suck so bad that I got to play with Kragnos, some horse-ass idiot, you know. Some horsey guy, not even an ogre. Because his stats just shit on all the ogres. I want to play with ogres, but they suck, and so I have to steal somebody else's guy. And that feels bad too. I would just rather everyone play with their own guys, and then if the shit sucks, fix it. And when you're writing a war scroll and trying to balance it, it's so much harder. Like, okay, here's a unit, right? You gotta balance this unit in the ogre book. Okay, yeah. You got like 12 war scrolls in the book, maybe 15. Ooh, we'll balance it in there. Oh, but now we gotta balance that for what if this other army way over here grabs it and plays with it. Ooh, we don't want to make it too good if cruel boys steal that guy with allies and use them. So we gotta, it's just so much more work for yourself. Just don't let them do that. Just keep it contained. It's easier to work out. And then you get to write cooler stuff in general. Anyway, that's the long and short of my problems with it. I like soup in Magic the Gathering because the whole game is built upon that. It's like, here's 40,000 cards. fuck off. You know, build whatever. Add as many colors as you want, whatever, right? But in this game, I generally haven't liked it. Now, there are some problems with that. For instance, Slaves to Darkness, pulling in demons from everybody's own, you know. There's a lot of random overlap in Chaos here and there. And in the lore, Stormcast is supposed to deep strike in and just save any other race. So it's kind of coded into the lore a little, even that playstyle should be you can ally them. But maybe that's just special for Stormcast. But then if it's special for Stormcast, then they have to be balanced around everybody stealing their guys, and they end up kind of expensive and kind of bad. Oh, hold on. How come Stormcast have always been kind of a little too expensive and a little too bad, always? Could it have something to do with how they can ally anyone? Maybe. Maybe it was an accident, but anyway. It's good that factions have strengths and weaknesses, as Thief the Thief is talking about. Yes, that's correct. You don't want players to solve all their problems by just allying out. Ooh, I'm playing Cruel Boys. I don't have an anvil. I'm going to ally an anvil in. No, you shouldn't be able to. Your army should work perfectly and be good and have strengths and weaknesses with its flaws and its strengths, right? Like, you shouldn't be able to fix your problem by choosing somebody else's guy. You should play around your problem or build your army around your problem or whatever. And if it's not good, then make its rules better, balance it better. Ironjaws doesn't have any shooting. I want to ally in shooting. Sorry. You've chosen an army that has no shooting. Therefore, play it. You got this thing, that thing, the other thing, the third thing, in exchange for not having any shooting, and this is what we call balance. You're a 10 out of 10 attack, that means you're low on defense, right? Or whatever, what have you. You're slow, so we've given you this. Some armies are 6 out of 10 in everything, some are 10s and 0s, whatever. What do you think about some of the characters that work in multiple factions, like Kragnos? It was a mistake to make every single one of them. And either they should all suck, or they become problematic. And it's a obvious problem that they have gotten themselves into. So, Archaon, Kragnos, Gotrek, and Nagash should probably always not be very playable, because if they are, it causes immediate problems for a ton of different factions. Well, it has the potential to, right? That's why you don't do what they did. But those are cool models. They're sweet. I agree. You know, I like Nagash. He looks awesome. Gotrek is cool, whatever. Like, it's cool to do that. But from, like, a mechanical standpoint, they shouldn't have. You really shouldn't have. Then there's... What's that stupid endless spell they did? That was even worse of an idea. What was that thing called? That horrendous piece of shit that everyone hated and was ugly. Crown Spine, yeah. How many times will you make the same mistake, old man? Don't do that. So what you're saying is Gotrek should officially be in Fire Slayers, right? Yeah, of course. Mm-hmm. And what you do is you type, and then what you have typed is the lore that explains why that's cool and okay. And then you put him in Fire Slayers. Guaranteed. Archaon, Slaves to Darkness only. Easy. Kragnos, actually just throw him away. Into the bin. Good try. BOC can play him in Old World as their centerpiece. There you go. Here you go, kid. And then Nagash, Soulblight Gravelords only. Nagash is at least getting a unique War Scroll per faction? I don't think so. How thoroughly have they said exactly that? Like, how... I don't believe them. I basically don't believe them. It might have a different keyword at the bottom or something, but I don't think it'll be truly different. I don't think they would do that. Maybe they do that, but I don't think they're going to do that. I think it's just going to have different keywords, and that's it. Hey, was a known Centaur hater? Yes, I make no secret of it. Centaurs are stupid. I think they're dumb. I don't know what anyone sees in them. I don't think they look cool. Never have liked them. Never will. Might sometime. I don't know. Sounds like sacrificing fun for a competitive balance. Not really. I very disagree with that take. This isn't competitive balance. Remember what I just... The whole example I gave was only about people's feelings, essentially, right? I think you should play with ogres. If you've chosen ogres, you shouldn't have to feel like you want to do this or that, or you're forced to do this or that. You can play your thing, instead of choosing the other thing, right? The competitive players will do whatever, right? Competitive players, they'll just play anything. Whatever wins. You don't have to worry about competitive players. They'll handle themselves. If a competitive player thinks that something sucks, they drop it and they buy something else. They get good, they figure out how to do it. They'll just play whatever list they think is the best. I don't think you have to do too much to satisfy the competitive players, really. I mean, they'll complain about stuff, but at the end of the day, they'll just choose the thing that wins the most. And they kind of handle themselves. I don't think I would really worry about them too much. It's the casual players you got to really pay attention to and help a lot, I think. And try to build the game for the most part. But when models have different rules for different armies, like every death army has a unique Nagash, yeah, that's the problem they've gotten themselves into. I don't know, figure out which army he belongs in the most, which is, at this point, arguably OBR. And then put him in that one. The game should be balanced for competitive play? Well, yeah, because that's, like, the way you play the game, you know? It's really hard to balance for casual play. It's really hard to. It's very difficult. It almost seems like one of those impossible philosophy questions, like, could Jesus create a burrito so spicy not even he could eat it? You know, it's one of those things. How do you balance a game for players who don't read the rules and don't really play with the rules? What kind of rule are you going to write to balance the game for players who don't really play by the rules anyway? Gee, I don't know, man. It's kind of weird. Are you intrigued? Could Jesus actually do that? No. He is... There is not a Jesus. I mean, there's plenty of people named Jesus, but if we're using words like really, as in actually, then no. The old Jesus burrito paradox. Yeah, Plato came up with it, I think. Which would be impressive because it would be before then. But if there's no Jesus, then who's going to make my burrito? Is this a Jesus joke? Also good meme. He was just that good. They definitely look like they're putting in guide rails so Rule of Cool players are less likely to completely goof it up. Yes, yeah. Which, you know, It's all a balance, you know, it's hard to get everything right. The more you let the player's choice matter, the more lopsided matchups you're going to get. Which is bad. But the less the player's choices matter, the less fun the game is. While also maybe the more it's balanced, kinda, but that might not even be the case. If the player's choices don't matter at all and it's just kind of really a coin flipping game, like bumper bowling or something, then you have no agency and the game is not fun, right? If we're going to extremes. It's Chutes and Ladders where it's truly none of your decisions matter. Once had this dream. Oh, hold on. Nagash shouldn't be in the game just because there's a model. He's basically a space ghost still. I mean, just call it Avatar of Nagash and it's fine. If that's what you're talking about. Agency is a big deal in Warhammer, I think. I think so too. Anyway, let me read about auxiliary units real quick. Allow you to take any units from your faction without the constraints of regiments, at the cost of potentially giving your opponent an advantage. Add any number of units to the auxiliary unit section of your army roster. However, the player with the fewest auxiliary units gains 1 extra command point at the start of each battle round. Okay, so we play with none. Yeah, 0. Heroes that have compulsory regiment options cannot be taken as auxiliary units. Okay, yeah. So the number of auxiliary units you take is 0 always, and your army is 1950 always. However, if you're going to use 1 auxiliary unit, you might as well use 17. This is kind of like the Slanesh thing. If you were already going to give them 2 depravity, you might as well give them 3. Because who gives a shit? I'm interested in seeing if any auxiliary stuff is worth playing. I think it would be cool if it was. Enhancements. Each set of faction rules include a number of enhancements that can be given to units. Heroic traits, mount traits. Oh, yes. Hold on.
We're safe on Mars.
Big. Dude, mount traits. I wasn't sure if we were keeping mount traits. Big. You know what they're going to do, right? There's going to be a mount trait for a 5-up ward. They're taking it away and making us buy it back. The fucking goodwill of 4th edition. Metal Cruncher? No. Metal Cruncher sucked in 3rd edition. No one took it. So whatever they do for 4th edition is going to be even worse than that. I don't know. An artifact of power. You can take 1 enhancement from each enhancement table in your faction rules. Each enhancement table lists which units are eligible to be given the enchantment. Unique units cannot be given enchantments. No fun allowed. Sag. You took it as your 2nd trait. That's how I read it. Hopium for KO ship traits. I don't mean to add to your hopium at all, but man, I hate to talk about stuff like this when we don't know, and I don't want to get people's hopes up. There's no way that KO ships don't get mount traits. How was that? Was that reserved enough? Was that reserved enough? Anyway. Next one here, we got the end of turn, EOT. An objective marker is a 40mm round marker. A model contests an objective if the objective marker is within its combat range. All right. See, it's things like this, and I haven't played Spearhead, but some of you guys have, so you're going to be my eyes and ears, I guess. They are not impassable. we all read it wrong. Okay, good. This is a pretty small, I don't know, I guess it's 6 inches across. It's not that small. Am I right, guys? Am I right, boys? But still, well, actually, it's a little more. It's got a 40 mil base in the middle. But it is a much smaller objective than it used to be. It used to be 6 radius, right? So it always makes me a little, ooh, I don't know how their control characteristic thing is going to work out. With objectives being smaller now, are people just going to kind of zone them out? We'll see. I guess we'll see. End of the turn overview. The active player can use abilities with the end of turn or end of any turn timing in the order of their choosing, then their opponent. Alright. Determine which player has control of each objective and score. Okay. A Gargan can stand on the entire thing, yeah. You wonder if there will be units with longer combat ranges? Almost certainly not, Darius, is my guess. It's just a guess, but I would guess almost certainly not. Like probably functionally a 0%er. It's design space they could explore, but I don't think they will. I can't believe I stood on the whole thing. Yeah, you check for point control at the end of each turn specifically. And you're always contesting if you're near it. You like count as contesting for the purposes of whatever rules that shut on or turn off. Each unit can only contest one objective, its number of models. Alright. You start out control. The thing I want to know is, can you leave it or do you have to stay on it? Hopefully you have to stay on it, like the good old days, when the game was for tacticians. We've already started with the older editions for better stuff. It was going to happen eventually. We might as well force it. Do you keep the objective until your enemy takes it? Or is it a good game? That, let's see. Players control their army scores. Once a player gains control of an objective, it remains under their control until their opponent gains control of it. Trash game that needs the crutch of battle tactics to give it any sort of tactical interest. Too bad. That's a downside. Oh well. At least it's quality of life. It's a good quality of life change. Bad for the game. Babby's first war. Don't even have to babysit an objective or protect it. You could just leave. Easy. Cancel 4th edition. No, it's fine. You can make several mistakes and still be way better than 3rd, and that is what they have done. You're really curious how points will adjust? There hasn't been a whiff of any, has there? Not that I've seen, no. Aside from the fake leak in Giga that's not real. And also fake. Aside from that one. My guess is the same that it was before we knew anything at all, which is I bet the points went up 20%. Because the points went up 20% from 2nd to 3rd. And I imagine they'll do the same thing. They didn't really go up. It's just what had happened was essentially battle regiments used to cost like 200 points. And so they made them free and then upped the cost of all the units so that it ended up being the same. And so that's how 3rd edition started. And then over the course of 3 years, they dropped the points on basically everything for 3 years because most stuff sucked. And now we're at the end of that, and it's time to bring it back up 20% from where it has gone down to, so that it ends up being, again, about the same army size from edition to edition. Except this time they can change war scrolls a little bit, so it's possible it'll be worth it. instead of just immediately start the death spiral yet again. We'll see. Anyway, hey, good work. What else we got? The ogre dude trust me, which I don't trust him. I don't think it's even really worth going over much of this. So, like, this is the dude trust me. It features basically only information that we've already read in the ogre faction focus to pad what it's saying, and then making some easy inferences based on that. And then everything it says besides that is just stupid. So I don't believe anything that it said, and if it's true, then that sucks. So I'm not really going to go over it. We flush the toilet and jiggle the handle. Also, look at that. 34 pressing X to doubt emotes on that one. It looks like everybody else is pressing X to doubt on that thing as well. There's a lot of talk about flexibility with datasheets in 10th, 4th, but they're so dead set against changing them that you wouldn't hold your breath for the War Scrolls. No, they have done that. They have gone through and did that, supposedly. And we see all the faction focuses so far have shown us changed War Scrolls. Almost nothing is the same, really. They haven't changed them as much as we would like, and they've made them all simpler, which is the opposite of what I wanted. But they're not making the game for me, they're making it for millions of people, right? So you can't get always what you want. Giga? Yeah, dude. And it's one of her good streams where she's not playing that awful GTA roleplay game, which once again is just really not for me. Dude, HeyWoah, professional hater. This one's doing numbers. The only bounce they ever want to do is points. Yeah, basically. They've given themselves a structure with which to make other changes, though, and that is seasons, right? So there is that as well. They don't want to change War Scrolls because they sell you War Scroll cards. And so if they change a War Scroll, they invalidate some product that they have made. And that's bad for business. Imagine doing that with your Beast of Chaos, endless spells, and terrain feature that you can't use in the old world. Imagine invalidating brand new products you made. Anyway, but yeah, that's the reason they don't want to do it, which kind of makes sense. I would say just make it all digital, but books are part of their business model, so what are you going to do? Professional hating farms engagement. It does. It does. But I think you have to, like, make it convincing, probably. And I can't be asked to do that. Destruction battle tactics. I've seen these already. This will not be a live reaction. However, I will press the meme button, alright? Time to get stuck in. Pick 3 friendly units that are not in combat, wholly within friendly territory. You complete this battle tactic at the end of your turn if each of those units is wholly outside of your territory and used a fight ability this turn. How do I feel about this? The shit sucks. It's trash. I hate it. Speaking of, hey, Shaderu TV. Thanks for the sub. I appreciate it. Thanks for the gifted sub. TY. Grats on partner. I did it. It was a long, hard road. I thought they would tell me to fuck off, if I'm going to be perfectly honest with you, because they told me to fuck off last time. But to the surprise of me, and probably many others, they said, hey, alright. Kind of nice. CD Busta thinks it's tier 1 gifter to Shaderu TV. I've been reading his name wrong for years. It is Shigeru VT, not TV. I don't know what to do with this information. I thought it was TV because it's like streaming, you know, like a television. Oh, I bet it's VT like VTuber. Holy shit. It's superfluous anyway, that's right. Hey, superfluous is a good word though. Anyway, thanks for the gifters. Appreciate it. And good luck on your own out there. Vision Telly. Yeah, that's it. Some dead account has just Shaderu, so that's what you had to do. Oh, fair enough, yeah. Some dead ass account. Ain't it the truth? So why do I not like this top one? You have to pick 3 entire friendly units, which if you're Sons of Behemoth is your whole army. If you're Beast Claw, that's 100, maybe 1,500 points. This is a lot of your army. None of them are in combat. All of them are wholly within your territory. And then your opponent has to drive all their guys into position to let you kind of do this. And then all of them have to charge and be wholly outside, right? And then they all have to have fought. So if they die before they fight, because it's you go, I go in the combat phase, you can still not get this. This is actually potentially really hard and dangerous and all in and risky. And your opponent has to sort of give it to you a little bit in a way that I'm not really comfortable with. I hate it. This shit sucks. Maybe this is just how all the battle tactics are now. But, yeah, I don't like that. A Fairy. Hey, thanks for becoming a HeyWoah enjoyer on YouTube. I appreciate it. TYVM. I see that your PFP is a fairy, which is very appropriate. Don't think I didn't notice. The strength of this one depends entirely on the board. How much friendly territory do I have? Yeah, exactly. How much friendly territory is there? How close is it to enemy? Is it just split in half? Am I going to be able to begin wholly within and get wholly within theirs? With the terrain how it is, with no flying and where their units are. And if I can make all those charges. And if I charge and kill one of their guys, and then they actually kill one of mine back, I still fail this. I hate this. Really don't like it. I will only complain for another few seconds, but this shit sucks. And I'm sure there's going to be a destruction army or two that don't mind it and like it a lot. But I don't like it at all. It's exactly why I don't like battle tactics, kinda. And just right all in that whirlwind there. Anyway, thanks. You have to do 3 backflips and play Twister a little bit where your one foot's on the blue thing and your other foot's on the red thing, except you're using all 3 feet. And if you don't have 3 feet, or your army is just 3 feet, I don't know. Please enjoy, I guess. Shit sucks. Keegan Graves, thanks for the 2-month membership. At least half tactics are not bad. Oh yeah, I gotta read the second one. I haven't read that one yet. Thanks for the membership on YouTube. Though, battle twists. Pick an enemy unit that is in combat and a friendly unit that is not in combat. Okay, enemy unit in combat, friendly not. So it has to have an enemy unit that last turn fought, but it didn't die, and your guy didn't die. So you got to be playing with some sort of anvil, probably, right? You got to have at least one anvil, it seems, in your army. Or maybe a really unlucky opponent or something like that. So there's a combat left over from last turn where everybody didn't die. So if you're playing like glass cannons or something, this thing wouldn't work out. You can lose battle tactic at the end of your turn. The friendly unit was in combat with the enemy unit, and the enemy was destroyed. Okay. Well, destroying something is pretty easy. You just kill it, right? That's what everybody wants for their battle tactics. They want it to be just kill them, right? But you do have to have a leftover combat with both sides still alive from last turn, which is, you know, that might be a little tricky. A little, well, we'll just see. We'll hope this comes up, right? All right, yeah. I hate battle tactics. I hate destruction ones. Doesn't sound fun. Battle round 2, do the same thing every game, no matter who you're playing. You play to the battle tactics. Big Woah, are we still streaming? Yeah. Great question. Tricky, some would say cunning, yeah. Requiring you to move in a game based on standing on things is kind of a dick move. Well, I don't know, man. There's a lot of movement in this game. Some say standing still is the heavy price you have to pay. Yeah, the second party comes in and saves the original party. Is the way I read it anyway. 2 out of 10 is the best I could do. Shit sucks. Next. Season rules, and it looks like it was sent through a Photoshop filter of some sort. Just kind of interesting. Yeah, this got Photoshop filtered, and it used to probably have a lot more JPEG artifacts on it. You can tell because of the pixels and the sharp edges of the font. Season rules 24-25 on our guard. Your army can use one of the following abilities once per battle deployment. So we get these 3 once per battle deployments. We can use one of the following. Okay. Pick a friendly unit in your general's regiment that is not your general to be the on our guard. Pick a unit in reserve. Use the ability you cannot use any other on our guard abilities, alright? Pick one of the following. Anti-infantry, cavalry, monster, war machine, beast. 1 rend. In any turn in which the on our guard charge, the unit's melee weapons have the weapon you picked. No effect on companions. Okay, so if you charge, you get anti-whatever, and since you choose it in deployment, we're choosing things in deployment instead of on the army list. You'll love to see it. A huge improvement to the game. One that I was pushing for. Not that they give a shit what I have to say or even watch, but I was just saying it. Yeah, what the game really did need was sideboards, and you'll love to see it. Oh, in deployment, I'm playing Mega Gargants. Alright, well, I'm thinking anti-monster probably. I'm playing Geats. Oh shit, okay, maybe anti-infantry. It's just nice to be able to choose it later than normal. Probably had some watermark on it. I don't think so. Maybe. It could have. It could have. The share zone. Once battle, what about the other one? So this one's fun. This is just a fun, this is a nice season rule. Good work. It helps everyone. It gets everyone in on it. Mega Gargants get to use a season rule for once. Anti-Beast, poor things can barely even score this edition. Yeah, and they were shit last edition too. Because Beasts last edition had no unit champion and couldn't issue commands to themselves. And so they were almost completely unplayable across the board because of that. Yeah, anti does stack. Antis stack. Priority target. Pick a friendly unit not in your general's regiment. I don't know why I said not. I must have been reading this bottom part. Pick a friendly unit in your general's regiment that is not your general to be the honor guard. You can pick a unit in reserve. If you use this ability, you cannot use any other honor guard abilities. Okay. Add 1 to hit rolls and wound rolls. That's a lot. That's a big buff. Attacks made by the honor guard that target any units in the enemy general's regiment. Okay, so as long as you're fighting the general's regiment, you get +1 to hit and wound. That's a big buff. That's 2s and 2s, man. Kind of nice with it. There's a lot of -1s to hit floating around, as I have noticed. And I've been acute in my noticing of -1s to hit because all my guys hit on 4s. So you notice those things. Anyway, this shit's sick. This is cool. Do you see that command squad on that hill, soldier? Oh, yeah, I do. I don't want to. Once for battle deployment phase, bodyguard. Alright. Friendly unit, not in your general's regiment. You can pick it. Okay. Subtract 1 from attacks, characteristic for enemy units' melee weapons while they are in combat with your general. If both of the following are true, the honor guard is wholly within 6. Ugh. Wholly within 6. Yeesh. And the honor guard did not charge. Trash. But the other 2 are cool and fun. So actually, 2 out of 3 ain't bad. You know? And I suppose it's possible you have some actual circle around your general and you just move the whole pile every time and they never charge anything and you just want to keep them alive, I guess. It's a good debuff, but yeah. She was very good against low drop armies. Sure is, yeah. This might be almost half of their army over here. These are fun season rules that seem not to leave out any army. Or playstyle type. Besides shooting. Shooting is always left out now, I guess. Which I guess I'm fine with. Anyway, yeah. Good work. Season's looking good. The season rule page... 5 out of 7 work. This rule page, 0 out of 10. See me after class. Ogre dude, trust me. Pressing X to doubt. Everything else seems good though. Everything else seems kind of good though. Priority target busted. Yeah, +1 to hit and roll wound is a big ass bonus, and it's everybody in the general's regiment, including the general himself. That might be a common target. Anyway, you love to see it. Shall we move on to dinosaurs riding dinosaurs? I'm going to be one final drink getter. Please enjoy a commercial and a word from our sponsors. Priority target can work on shooting. Doesn't say combat attacks.
Pop. Yeah.
Yeah. Jezzail's taking my shot. Permission to fire, permission granted. It is all over. Alright, good. You'll love to see it. I don't mind sniping. I think it's a fine answer to a problem. Anyway, please enjoy commercial BRB. Get up, move your legs a little bit. You got to do that.
Right now, you could be savoring the rich, creamy flavor of angel food ice cream. It's the extra cream in angel food that blends all of your favorite flavors so they're always smooth and creamy, never pointy. How about some rich and creamy angel food ice cream right now?
Hello there. I'm Mr. Cream.
AC Penny. When it fits, you feel it.
It's so big you gotta grin to get it in.
Once you pop,
the cream
don't stop.
If it doesn't get all over the place,
It doesn't belong in your face.
Deliciously hot, dangerously creamy.
The juice is loose.
She wanted to remember the love they shared for
cream.
Sometimes you feel like a
Stuffed 5 ways.
So my family's looking for beef.
Now, that's what I call
cream, yeah.
Because I'm good enough, I'm smart enough,
and I am the cream.
Then why do we call it big? Because big things go into it.
At the Men's Warehouse.
You're gonna cream.
I guarantee it.
I guarantee it. All right. Warhammer. Age of Sigmar. Faction focus. Seraphon. Seraphon the Rappin. We got here one dinosaur riding a dinosaur. He's got his Makwahuitl up there. And a little shield. Warriors of the Lost Gods. Long before the mortal realms ever existed, a mysterious race of godlike beings, known as the Old Ones, designed an impossibly complex scheme to reshape reality. To ensure this great plan was carried out appropriately, they created the Seraphon, a race of cold-blooded reptilian vassals guided by powerful amphibian arcanists, known as the Slann. To this day, untold millennia later, the Seraphon tirelessly battled to ensure that this great plan is fulfilled, no matter the cost, no matter what is forgotten. Ahem. The Seraphon have their origin in the world that was, where ancient temples and technologies built by the Old Ones sat largely inert as the Slann patiently followed their master's plan. When it finally fell to chaos, these same temples awoke and rose into the heavens, taking with them their precious cargo of mage priests. They are describing spaceships, which is kind of cool. They sat in the firmament for an age, but eventually the swirling energies of the universe coalesced into the mortal realms, and when the time was right, the Slann emerged from their temple ships, spawning pools churning with fresh soldiers, all ready to carry out the next stage of the great plan. Some of these ships landed, creating bustling cities from which the Seraphon marched to war, while others stay in the heavens as their Slann look to the stars to scry the future. Much has changed since their arrival, and the Seraphon now resist the renewed vigor of the Chaos Gods and their acolytes, the tyrannical legions of the God of Undeath, catastrophes wrought by the forces of destruction, and even the well-meaning interference of their allies. Oh, they don't know the big plan, huh? The Seraphon are not a single species, instead a collection who form a society governed by a rigid caste structure. At the top sit the Slann. These large toad-like creatures were birthed long ago during 5 spawnings, and they are uniquely privy to the machinations of the Old Ones, doling out obscure prophecy and divination to their skink attendants. They inspire great reverence in the rest of their kind, and are peerless spellcasters wielding eldritch might in order to scour their foes and summon war hosts from the aether. There he is, mean muggin'. Foremost among their number is Lord Croak. The last of the first spawning, he is an ancient being who has foregone his physical form and surpassed death itself to defend reality against the ever-growing pull of chaos. His power is such that even the spirit clinging to his mummified form can split heaven and earth alike. Oh, big frog emote. You love to see it. Rocky Rock, thanks for the OS frog. Big emote. I love the big emote they've done on Twitch, actually. This is the single greatest change Twitch has made in the last year. Is allowing you to gigantify an emote. I love it. It will it will like actually rob me of money. It's like, what is it, 50 each time? It depends on how big the streamer is, I think, but it got me to actually purchase bits. They finally got me. Oh, the scuff big, let's go. Anyway, this shit's fun. Oh, combo breaker, he tried. He made a sandwich out of it. Nice. It is the skinks who are tasked with running the Seraphon society, ensuring that the great temple ship and the sprawling temple cities can function without pause. Skink attendants are devoted to serving the needs of the Slan, while others are tasked with tending to the mighty Kroxigor laborers. Skink cohorts go to war as the skirmishers and scouts, while bold skinks ride atop soaring pterodons and riperdactyls, or master more imposing beasts of war such as bastillodons, stegodons, and the spawn of choke tech. Fiery salamanders used as living artillery. Let's go. You just weren't done painting this and you had to take the picture anyway. You know what? Fair enough. That's been me plenty of times too. Although I do like the subtle lightning here in these mains. Actually very cool looking. A little obsidian there. Ahem. Yeah, ATP Disorderly, classic. Damn, I love the big emotes. They're so fun. Sora's warriors are the muscle, bred for one singular purpose, to dominate the battlefield. Well, they've been dominating the shelf for far too long, so I hope this is true. I'm kidding. They peruse this task with a ferocity that masks their calculating cohesion, for Soras are not mindless machines, but possess a battle-focused intellect that is so dedicated to the completion of the great plan that they will sacrifice themselves to destroy any who threaten it. Soras are commanded by their old bloods and Scar veterans, grizzled beasts who tame apex predators. I've seen this anime. Such as the Agrodons and Carnosaurs. When the Seraphon engage, it is as an expression of that ineffable yet axiomatic plan that the old ones rendered into being. Carefully considered balance of brute strength and thaumaturgical might, good word, and is wielded with cosmic precision, to face the hosts of star and scales, to face the will of an intellect beyond reckoning. It takes the biggest brain ever to cast the same spell 6 times a turn that does mortal wounds to everybody in your opponent's army. Just 999 IQ. Henya-ass tactics here. Smooth brains need not apply. Alright, battle traits. Here we go. Ooh, yeah, we're filling them up. Sure, yeah, of course. Yep. No 3 and then a big empty space here. This is one of the serious ones. Once per battle deployment phase, the great plan. Pick an asterism, I guess. Pick an asterisk. That asterisk ability can be used for the rest of the battle, but the others cannot unless allowed by the furthering of the great plan. Fun. And you pick this in deployment, so once again we got the sideboarding stuff. You know what you're fighting against. I'm going to choose the one that's good against you. Let's fucking go. You love to see it. All of these are asterisms. Once your battle round started the 3rd battle round, you can further the great plan. 3 or more enemy units have been destroyed. You can use this ability if you meet the condition below that corresponds to it. Okay. 3 or more enemy units have been destroyed. There are no enemy units wholly within friendly territory. The enemy general is in combat or has been destroyed. Any friendly Slan units on the battlefield? No friendly Slan units are in combat. Pick a different asterism, and then you can use that. This is fun. This is cool. I like it. Yeah, this is cool. I'm going to do this. Battle round 3. I did that. Now I'm going to do this. The power. My brain, the cavernous folds. It looks like brain coral. It looks like a maze. Holy. A hedge maze brain. Itzil the Tamer. In fact, companion weapons used by friendly Seraphon now have crit 2 bites. Okay. And that just always works. Quetzalcoatl, the Preserver. Subtract 1 from the rend characters' melee weapons or attacks target friendly Seraphon units wholly within friendly territory only. Boo. Good buff, though. It's a good army for people who wanted more battle tactics, yeah. If that's your battle trait, for some reason, it changes it for me. I can't put my finger on it. But for some reason, when it's special, it makes it feel more special. Oh, something about it. Walter Sotek, the Deliverer. Add 2 to the move characteristic of friendly Seraphon units. Good for them. Good for them. That sounds like a great battle trait. You know what? Good for them. That sounds like a lot of fun. And then Tepak Shakur. Add 1 to casting rolls friendly Seraphon units. Yep, that sounds good too. Ogre player actually seething. Shadow worshipped Walter Sotek, yeah, or Sotek. Alright, so Itzil the Tamer. You get companion bonus hits, and then you can change it once you've killed 3 or more enemy units. And the preservative, is if you're in your friendly territory, people suck at fighting you. But you're supposed to leave your friendly territory, usually pretty quick. At least wholly within, you know. And so, if there's no enemies there, then you can leave and you can switch it. And add 2 to move characteristic is just really good always, and it's awesome and fun. No stupid limits, just happens, just for everyone. And then that is if the enemy general is in combat or has been destroyed. I don't know what that has to do with 2 move characteristic. I suppose you get to him faster. I guess they couldn't quite think of what to do to, but whatever. And then Tepak Shakir, the Seer, is 1 the casting rolls, and then if there are any friendly Salon units on the battlefield, no friendly Salon units are in combat or have been destroyed. So you can, as an opponent, you can mess these up. Oh, you don't switch, you just get the new one. Okay, sorry, I'm just in like reading Ogre rules. I thought you lost your battle trait when you used a different battle trait, because that's how ours works. I just got to get out of that mentality. Never mind, you get just an additional thing. They all stack. How silly of me. Man, I got to get out of this my army battle trait reading Slanesh, you know. I just got to get out of it. We're reading Order, okay? We're reading Seraphon. Pardon me. So which one will you choose? Sotek all day, every day, forever. 100% Sotek. And then once you've killed the enemy general, probably casting bonus. I mean, maybe if you got a lot of monsters, the Itzil thing. Depends on how many companion weapons you have. It depends on how important spellcasting is. But the one that stands out to me, and maybe it's from a sense of longing, is the +2 move characteristic, which is just the best one. And yeah, you get to see who you're playing before you pick any of these, don't forget. So, don't worry about it. This sounds fun. If you see that you're playing against some like Alpha Strike army, take the Preserver. Alright, you're at -1 incoming rend. Ooh, you're trying to jump across the table and immediately attack me? Okay, I'll take the Preserver. Geez, it's gonna be one of those games of Age of Sigmar where you want to move ever. Well, damn, this one's pretty good, you know. I'm gonna be casting some spells. Choose whatever you want. This is neat. You only get the second one if you completed specifically at turn 3. You can, if you meet the conditions below. Once per battle, start of the 3rd battle round. So not or later, it's just the 3rd. Your opponent can try to mess this up. Nothing is a surprise here, right? It's all out in the open. So, hey, all they have to do is kill a Slann, or possibly even get into combat with a Slann, and then you can't choose a second one. They have to put one enemy unit in your territory, and then, you know, you can't get the other one. It's neat that they are able to have some counterplay here. It sucks that there's counterplay to your battle traits, because usually there isn't. Usually they just work. But I don't know. It does suck that there is some counterplay to your battle tactic, though. Tell you what, if you're real sore about it, you can complain to Slaanesh about it, and they will surely care. They will care. What do we got here? Sunclaw Starhost. Vengeance of Azir. Once per turn, army, end of any turn, huh? Pick up the 3 friendly Saurus or Kroxigor units that are in combat to be the targets. End of any turn. Make a pile-in move, then pick an enemy unit in combat with the target, roll a d3, 2 up, inflict amount of mortal damage on that enemy equal to the roll. Okay. They got Gulping Bite every single turn. Nice. They're probably not going to choose this sub-faction because I'm sure there's a better one, but nice. What about ogres? Who? Other formations capitalize on the indomitable strength of the war beasts. Tap into the celestial energies to teleport key units around the battlefield. That one will be good. And exploit the natural swiftness of the nimble skink hosts. I wonder if this is retreat and charge or some such. You can bite the same unit, right? Oh yeah, of course. Yep. You can bite the same unit 3 times. No big deal. Don't worry about it. They got those razor sharp jaws. Pile-in is also good, by the way. Don't sleep on it, as somebody said in chat. Yeah, you can bite the same unit. Alright, lower the celestial manipulation. Mystical Unforgiving. I know it's unforging. Cost 6. Unlimited spell. What is your unlimited spell, Seraphon? Pick a friendly Seraphon wizard to cast a spell. Pick a visible enemy unit within 12. -1 from the rend characters of the target's weapons until the start of your next turn. Great. Great unlimited spell. Good work. As much as -2 now. Yeah, that's just a good defensive spell. Slan Star Master. 5-inch move, 9 health, 5 up save. Oof. Looking for a ward, 6 up. Triple casties, though. They can't cast that on the same unit repeatedly? No, they can't. They can target different units, but not the same ones, I don't think. I don't think. Probably not. So your Slan Star Master is crazy weak. Well, fragile, right? Crazy fragile, keep him out of harm's way. Why don't I think that? it's not for any mechanical reason because we haven't looked at the mechanics of the core rules. It just seems like something they would disallow from an intent point of view. In other words, it's a guess. But if you want a guess from me, my guess is that you can't target the same person with it. You know, when they come out with the core rules, we'll see what is the fact of the matter, right? So Mystic Shield got in somehow, and it's unlimited? Yeah. All according to plan. You got some attacks. Hey, crit mortals aren't bad, but yeah. Passive, Masters of Order. Add 1 to casting rolls for this unit. Okay, so you could be at a +2 with Tepak Chakur. In addition, this unit can use an Unbind ability if an enemy wizard anywhere on the battlefield uses a spell ability instead of the enemy wizard within 30. Okay, so they still have Unlimito Bindo. And Unlimited Banish. Cool. I thought that was a cool little thing. I'm glad they kept that. I've only seen 1 Unbind bonus in the game so far, right? I think. You know, Nagash used to be at +3 unbinds, and he's at +0 now. I think almost everyone lost unbind bonuses. I think I've only seen 1. Yeah, Mouth of Mork, I believe, was the only one. Oh, the Night Arcanum has it, Crow Roost. Celestial Equilibrium, 6. The rest of the turn, add 1 to casting rolls made by other friendly Seraphon wizards while they're within 12. Okay, not you, but other. Well, we found our +3, I guess. If you're trying to slan Star Maxer. Once per turn, any hero phase Arcane Vassal. Pick a friendly skink wizard wholly within 18, and then measure the range and visibility of your next spell used by this unit from the target instead of this unit. Cool. You still have Arcane Vassal. I didn't know if they'd keep that. Neat. Kind of neat. Once per turn, army your hero phase Celestial Reinforcements. Pick a friendly Seraphon unit that started the battle with 3 or more models and has been destroyed. Roll die 4 up. Set up a new one with half. Ooh, okay. Unlimited power. So you have the most fragile dies to everything guy ever, right? Just blows up if anyone looks at him. However, triple caster does so at like +1 or 2, sometimes 3 if you're playing a type of army you probably wouldn't end up playing. His spell is good if you have other wizards. His once per turn army ability, even though it only works on a 4-up, which is sad, it's not once per game. You just try it every turn until it works over and over and over and over and over. Arcane Vassal could be neat. Unlimited range, meaning you put him really far away. You could work with this. Probably have what are your bodyguard guys, and then maybe the totem pole dude that extends the range. Maybe it doesn't extend the range anymore, who knows, but it probably does something still. You think Arcane Terrain still exists in a form? I hope not, but I can't remember. I can't remember. 4-up seems the standard for a hero resing half a unit. For free, yes. Yeah. For one that they can just keep trying forever, yeah, it seems like it's a 4-up. For ones you have to pay for, they just work. Or once per game, they just work. It does place a power +1 to casting or chanting, and on a 2-up, or you get D3 mortals on a 1. Okay. You have to tap a place of power. Oh, the new blood. I mean the old bloods. 10-inch move. No ward. 10-inch move, 4-up save, 14. Damn, dude, this guy's a Stonehorn. They made him a Stonehorn now. He caught up. He finally caught up. Sunbolt Gauntlet, 12 D6 attacks, 3 and 3 is 1/1. Shoot in combat. Sorry about the D6 attacks. Those are going to be annoying. Sunstone Spia. 53312 44213 34223. Okay. Yeah. This guy is I mean, this guy's just a little Stonehorn now. Pretty decent damage, even. Charge +1 damage or up to 3. That's a lot of 3 damage profiles. A Ren 2 profile, just a bunch of different attacks. Loses 1 single attack when it is battle damaged. Massive jaws. Subtract 2 from the control scores of enemy units while they're in combat with this unit. Cool passive, bro. Spear of the Charge. If this unit charged this turn, add 1 to charge rolls for friendly Saurus units while they're holding an 18. Cool effect. Adding charge bonuses is going to be pretty nice because you do have teleports in this army, right? And then Blute Frenzy. If this monster is in combat with any damaged enemy monsters, roll die 3 up. This unit has strikes first. Alright, finish him off. Finish him. Cool, you are slow. But, you do a bunch of damage, and you have a cool passive. And you give charge bonuses in a game that has almost gotten rid of all the charge bonuses. And then this thing to randomly murk a monster. Kind of cool. Fragile and slow, but maybe that's just how they like their monsters to be now. No more teleports in the army. I'm assuming that this means teleport. I could be wrong. Other formations capitalize on the indomitable Seraphon Warbeast. Tap into celestial energies to teleport key units around the battlefield. So for me, I'm assuming that's a teleport. It might not be. It might be an ambush style teleport, and they're just using flowery language. But that was what I thought. And you can also, oh yeah, you can take the +2 move. So 12 is all right. 12 is all right for a non-flying monster. It's all right. That's the point where it rolls over. It's like a speedometer. Like 10 is slow and 12 is all right. Ish. Kind of fragile though. $12 seems to be the max movement for most things. Well, look, I just happened to be on this page, but I could have just happened to been on this page and the chatter was still right. It doesn't mean the chatter's wrong. He said most things. He qualified it. He put a disclaimer in there. No need the, you know, overreact, right? But it was kind of perfect. You have to admit that. Anyway, 1 control, 3 health, 5 up save. 10-inch range, 3, 4s, and 5s, nothing, 1. Auto wound. Yeah, hey, auto wound when you're ignoring a 5 up, that's a big bonus, I guess. We haven't seen any monsters move faster than 10, you don't think? I think we have. Shadow Queen is 12 flying. I want to say the Slanesh Keeper or Shalaxi, I don't think she was 12. I think she was 12. Krondis is 12. The Lumineth one was like fucking 16 flying or some obnoxious thing, but I guess that doesn't count. The Fox Spirit is just like, oh, Sephiroth is 18. Pardon me. Yeah, they just invented a number. He doesn't count. Oh, Shalaxi is 14. Okay. The unit you tagged the enemy general with the second Asterum after you took the 16 move. What did these guys do? You got some attacks that will always miss, and then you got some 3 attacks, 4s and 3s, 1/1 companion. -1 from hit rolls for shooting attacks that target this unit. Deadly cargo. Screwboy's Burb is 12 fly. Pick an enemy unit with this past across. Roll a die for each model in this unit and add 2 to it if this unit is in combat range of any friendly Pterodon Chief units. Okay, so there's riders and chiefs, huh? Are these like... You take them in one each? Are they just little drones flying around? I thought these were units of 3. I was to understand, I think. Are the heroes separate? Pterodon Chiefs. One mortal damage. If any damage points are allocated by this ability and the target does not have fly, the target cannot use run. Okay. There are. With a chief, you need to build separately as a hero. Okay. Hero's a single guy. I don't know if I think... So, Pterodon Rider Squad has 9 health on a 5-up. Super fast. No damage. Flies over something, does a mortal maybe. And then the target can't run. I don't think targets run a lot. But if they would run, that does suck. These guys are hard to shoot, I guess. There is room for a unit that basically sucks but is fast, I think. In general, in armies, I think there's room for like one unit like that. It's like, this thing sucks but it's really fast, and that's good. So anything else it can do is just cool. You're supposed to move them 14 somewhere, and then technically they're there, and that's helpful to you, right? Yeah, essentially a battle tactic unit. Yeah, they're like Furies and Slaves to Darkness, kind of, is how I consider the unit. Anyway, probably good work. Oh, they're showing the Engine of the Gods. Good. I want to see it. "14 health, 4-up save, 8-inch move. Very slow. 5 control, though. The Handler's Meteoric Javelins. Hey, any Meteor Handlers in the chat? 12-inch range, 64401. Shoot in combat. 64212. Charge 1 damage. Okay. Yeah. Stegodon swinging. The V8. The V8. Once per turn, any combat phase. Crest of Horns. Pick an enemy unit that charged this turn is in combat with this unit to be the target. D3, 2-up, inflict amount of mortal damage equal to the roll. Add 1 to save rolls for attacks made by that enemy unit that target this unit for the rest of the turn. Okay, it's impact hits, except also all-out defense. Nice. Good work. Now tell me about the casino engine. That's what I want to hear. Pick of this unit will harness or reserve the power of the cosmic engine. Alright, lay it on me. If it will reserve the power, place a cosmic power token next to this unit. Okay, we need a token now. If it will harness the power, roll the die and add the number on the power token to the roll. Then remove all cosmic power tokens and pick one of the following effects. Isn't that just what a prayer is? Isn't this literally the prayer rules? Why are we doing this? You already have prayers. Isn't this like very much what prayers are? You know? I mean, they want to make it special, I suppose, but then don't write the rules so that it's exactly what a prayer is. Well, whatever. I don't care. On a 3-up, you can heal D3 to all friendly Seraphon units holy than 12. Meh. On a 5-up, you can pick up the 3 friendly Seraphon units holy than 12 and return 1 slain model to each unit. Meh, actually, but perhaps you'll get a Croxigore out of the deal, like, alright. On a 6-up, you can pick up to 3 friendly Seraphon units within 12, and those have strike first for the rest of the turn. Okay. That's good. Engine of meh. Strike first on 3 guys is cool, I guess. You have to declare with what it'll do, right? If you reserve, just get a power token, and if you don't, you gotta roll. So, turn 1 you reserve, turn 2 you reserve, turn 3 you harness, and now you're IDK, kinda? Nah. You know, back in the day, story time, I don't know if anyone remembers 1st edition, but I do. The Engine of the Gods in 1st edition, you rolled 3d6 for if there was a slan nearby, if I recall correctly. I don't know can't remember the ins and outs, but if you rolled maximum, if you rolled the 18 on it, it lets you take an additional turn after this one. You got an extra turn on an 18. Which means, in 1st edition, you could take a turn, win priority, take a 2nd turn, roll an 18 on Engine of the Gods, take a 3rd turn. It wasn't okay. It was not okay, actually. But that's the kind of shit that would happen in 1st edition. Now they changed it. And what was the thing they changed it to? There were some complaints, even though it was a rare situation. It was a 1 in 36 chance, right? It never happens, but the one time it did, like, you just win the game. They changed it to, like, everybody gets double attacks or something like that, if I recall. Like, you got double your attack characteristic, I think. Was there like FAQ fix to that? You might have even gotten to be faster as well, but I know you doubled your attack characteristics, which was kind of like taking 2 turns, but it wasn't, because you didn't score twice, you know. Anyway. Yeah, but what if the opponent counters by having a bigger mustache? This was after that. This was when the game had points and stuff. It still had shit like that. ThinkPad, thanks to tier 1 gifter. Appreciate it. TY. A word from the oh, Jimbo's showing up for this word from the studio. Hey, alright. The Seraphon are beholden to pursuing the great plan, laid down by the mysterious Old Ones. Asterisks will allow a Seraphon player to tune their army on the battlefield to deal with specific threats in their opponent's army, or to enhance the already formidable abilities of their own. In fact, after attacks, it was changed to summon new units like crazy. Yeah. It was changed to Giga Summon after that. It changed to double all attack characteristics. It's a 1 in 216 chance. Oh, yeah, you're right. For 36, I was thinking of... Never mind. I was thinking of 2d6. Good point. And after that, it was killed, and it stayed killed forever, and it was never good again. In fact, with such a wide variety of units available to them, Seraphon player can build almost any kind of army that they can think of. Yep. Whether that is a plethora of monstars, such as Bastildons and Stegodons, a thundering cavalry charge of Agrodon, Agoreddon, Lancers, Raptadon Chargers, and soaring Pterodon Riders. It's a lot of Dons. Or an infantry march of Saurus Warriors and Skinks. Asterisms typically benefit from focusing on one strategy, but you can always further the great plan to unlock an extra buff for second half of the battle. Hey, alright. Then we got Source Warriors. 2 health, 4 up save. They have some attacks. +1 to save rolls for this unit while it's contesting an objective you control. You have to control the objective, but then they're on 3-ups. So these are meant to be your just good stuff that sits there. Alright. The spearhead is painted very nicely. You are right. You're really hoping to see if the Bastildon keeps the 2-up save. I wonder if he'll keep the 1-up save. With that awful FAQ to it. That made no sense. Yeah, they look boring but good. Not everything has to be exciting, I guess. It's fine to be good, right? So, what do we have here? We got Seraphon, right? Where are we putting that? Well, let's review. Source Warriors look boring but good. +1 to save rolls is great. They got some attacks. Yeah, well, alright. And this is the Spearhead version. Sure. Seems alright. Next up, we got Engine of the Shelf. Bum 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 wow. Then we got Pterodon Riders, who don't look very exciting or anything, but they're very fast, and you probably might want to use them because battle tactics are good. So far, man, okay. I'm not like, as I'm scrolling up, I'm hitting not exciting thing after not exciting thing. And then we get to Sora's Old Blood, who is a slowish glass cannon. Just a glass hammer. He is a Stonehorn. He gets gives people charge bonuses around him, which is kind of rare this edition. I like to see it. Terror passive is good. Blood Frenzy can randomly screw a monster over. Will you end up using him? Not sure. But the Timmies will like this combat profile here, and they might have some fun with that. So, Sora's Old Blood, yeah, I'll say it's alright. Considering I've never been much of a big fan of any of the Carnosaurs mechanically, ever. And this seems like at least a more exciting version. And then we get to the Slan Starmaster, who is the most fragile thing in the universe. But his brain is so fucking huge that he might just tie the room together with all of his cool abilities. And he even kept the Skink Vassal thing, which I didn't think they would keep around. But they did it. And keep trying for reinforcements over and over. Slan looking good. You gotta protect the baby. You gotta hold it. With this guy. But that's kind of, I suppose that's a little bit the old school way. That's been a bit of the old school way, right? Back in the, speaking of the ancient days. Back when you killed their Slan Starmaster and they lost the whole game because of it. If they were playing foolishly. Mystical Unforging, cool. Great spell. Generally... No, I'm not going to say that, because you do have to target the enemy. It's not like you're targeting your own guy, you're targeting the enemy unit. So the spell is worse than it could be. It could have been you target your own guys and be way better, right? It's still good, though. At short range, you're going to have to cast it through one of your skink wizards who's close to the front while the Slan Starmaster is 18 behind, or whatever, I don't know. Maybe they still have range extension, the flag guy. Well, they kept the skink vassal, so who knows? The bites. Sunclaw Star Host seems very good. Actually, this thing seems cool. Happens every turn. You're probably going to choose one of the other ones, I bet, but it still looks fun. And then battle traits seem awesome. You get these asterisms. You may or may not get your third battle round one. Well, to be honest, I'm going to pretend that you don't. Because your opponent can do stuff to screw them up. So the better your opponent is, the less likely it is that that works. But 2 to move characteristic is amazing. Especially in this edition. One of the casting rolls is great, considering probably how reliant on spell casting you are. The -1 rend in wholly within your territory. Very common choice, I bet, especially if you're playing against Alpha Strike armies or something like that, and you do get to choose as late as you want to. The companion thing, probably not, but who the fuck knows, man? I don't know. It's good. How hyped am I for Seraphon? Me personally? Very low. Never been much interested in them, playstyle-wise or otherwise. They have too many guys. For me, 10 guys max, thanks. Yeah, maybe there's a Carnosaur army chilling. Like, who knows? I don't know how expensive those are. How excited am I for Seraphon? Here's the thing. If Seraphon sounded too good, I would be less excited for them. Because I'm kind of sick of Seraphon having rules that are, like, so good. But not necessarily, like, fun. Let's see. Yeah, they're reliable, and what everyone says they want is reliability when we, like me, complain about D6 number of attacks, and the thing only works on a 4-up, and it's a once per game that still might fail, and if you try it at all, you lose your other thing, and then what you say is you want reliability, but then they give you an army that's reliable, and you're not excited. So, I mean, figure it out, right? I think they're B. I look at the list and I don't see A. I see a cool battle traits that you can choose late, a fun ability, a pretty good unlimited spell but short range, a very fragile Star Master that has potential to make big plays, a glass hammer monster that's finally maybe playable, stupid Pterodon riders that I sleep, Engine of the Shelf, I sleep, and these guys are probably good, but kind of boring, so I'm thinking B. Nothing really wrong with it, I'm just thinking B. But it's a low B. They didn't have to do my man Engine of the Gods like that. If they didn't show Engine of the Gods, so they didn't know it was that disappointing, they might be higher than this. They might be up here somewhere in B. Cities of Dinomar. We really need to see Croak? Yes, we do. Slan and Great Plan, hard to carry the hype of this, but I still like the other stuff. Well, that's good. You vote A for the battle trade and Slan alone, just under cities for me as a minimum. Zelano Fedge. Thanks for the first time chat. We're better than where we were with Engine, which is embarrassing to say. Yeah, you know, I mean, look, I've had a unit like you have had your Engine of the Gods. I have had what is known as a Thunder Tusk. And in first edition, like yours, it was good, but maybe a little too good. And then Games Workshop agreed, and then for the next 6.5 years, it has been trash. So, hey, sorry you didn't get yours. I probably won't get mine. We can shake on it. It would be real funny if they purposefully withheld Croak because he's just an abomination. Yeah. I was wondering about that. It's like they didn't show Catacross because secretly they know he's bad or something like that. Like, that would be interesting. While Croak is in play, all asterisms are active. Quote me. Clip it and ship it. All right. I mean, that would be cool. It'd be a hype ability. You know? Where are goes in this tier? Oh, sorry, you can't see them. Yeah, they're in F. Pain and Suffering. The least hype single faction focus. Slaanesh tried. They gave it their all to be a disappointing, not hype faction focus, but their war scrolls actually look pretty good. And it's really just that battle trait for the most part, and Fiends, I guess, but it's the battle trait that ruined everything for Slaanesh. But some of those war scrolls look too good, so they didn't quite make it into the Pain and Suffering negative hype, like sell your army now tier. But the sky isn't falling. We haven't seen everything yet. I guess we'll just have to wait. Ogre players have become very used to saying maybe next book. We've said it in 2nd edition. We said it in 3rd edition. When we get our index, maybe we'll say it in 4th edition. You know, who knows? Anyway, not bad. Imagine Ogre Index comes out and it's totally different from what they showed off. That'd be great, probably. I mean, it would mean that whoever wrote the article, like, did the opposite of a good job, right? But I'm not holding my breath. But I'm also not selling my army. And I'm also not, like, quitting the game or, you know, it just sucks, that's all. But I'll play it. I'll see how it is. You gotta give it a real fair shake with the whole of everything. This is just impressions, you know? Impressions are still something. And we know a lot of stuff and we can start comparing stuff across all this. But, damn, there's just too much we don't know yet. The sky isn't falling, but it is moving downward at a rate. Ahem. It's just beta. They'll patch it. Yeah, it just came out. They'll patch it. They'll fix it with the expansion pack. Dude, the expansion's in beta. They'll fix it. If you could change one thing in what was shown for ogres, what would it be? That one's hard. I have to pick one thing. There's like 4 massive deal breakers. It's hard to pick one thing. That's kind of the problem with the ogre one. Is that there were like 3 or 4 deal breakers, and we didn't really get anything in return. Hungry and eating turning into running and 1 gulp, probably. No, not even. Impact hits failing 33% of the time. Like doing 0 33% of the time, maybe. So like impact hits change, maybe. Hungry and eating thing change, maybe. The Everwinter, maybe. Because that doesn't sound fun at all. It sounds like a bunch of bullshit I gotta do. It's like a play style thing. I don't know. There's too much. There's too much to just choose one. Honestly, if I had to just choose one, it would be that Everwinter Prayer, where you target terrain and it gets a zone, you know? Just get rid of that. Get rid of that whole idea and do something else. It wouldn't even be Stone Skeleton. Because Stone Skeleton just means my guys are glass cannons now. Instead of kind of durable, they're... Or very durable as a Frostlord is. It just means everything's a glass hammer now. Alright, so I'm a glass hammer army, okay. But I don't want to do some fucking terrain bullshit with prayers and staying within 3 of some terrain. I don't want to do that. Sounds like not fun playstyle to me. So I would, out of all the rest of it, like birds, losing 2-inch move army-wide, actually 4-inch move for all my guys, impact hits becoming 33% to not work, the stupid once-a-game thing that sucks, I would actually choose the Everwinter thing on the top of the pile to be not that. Losing overwhelming charge, yeah, it would be the Everwinter thing. Anyway, good question. Seeing more abilities rely on terrain, it seems a bit better than it did on first reading. No? Yeah, I suppose you could think about it that way. I don't know, I look at an army of 10-inch move monsters that don't fly, and I don't want to play into the terrain, I guess, in general. Doesn't sound very fun. There's like armies that care about terrain and armies that are mostly trying to avoid terrain, and I would, if given the chance, choose an army that doesn't have to care about terrain. Either being near it or not being near it or whatever. I don't much want to interact with it too much, to be honest. Like, I wouldn't choose Sylvaneth. Here's an army. If you love terrain, Sylvaneth, dude. Like, that's a great army for you, you know. Skaven, it comes with 3 terrain features you can put all over the place, right? Anyway. It's neat that they tried to do something to Everwinter, because it didn't really do anything ever before, and so people just forgot about it, and so I appreciate them trying to do something with it. Doesn't seem great, but again, it could be I just play with it and it's fucking awesome. And then I have to write a letter to James Workshop and officially apologize. Man, that shit looked like it sucked, but it was fun. Can you imagine the copium required for me to have to say that? Anyway, maybe the Blizzard debuff to hurt enemies every turn instead or something. Yeah, it could be a lot of stuff. I don't know, we'll see. Maybe I have to use it, maybe you don't end up using it and the army's fun anyway, maybe it just sucks for a while. Whatever. Whatever. I'll still play the game and try to get there. Ogres would have to be real shit and real not fun to rustle my jimmies, I guess. I mean, Twitch acting aside with the funny, like, you know, that kind of stuff, they would have to get real not fun for me not to just be memeing for the most part, so I don't think it's a big deal. Anyway, chat. Thanks for watching. And then there were 4. Slavs to Darkness tomorrow. Last 3. Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. And then the 2.5 months, actually. G's. Faction focuses. And then we just have to wait for that full index, the full core rules. And then, once we have the full index, the full core rules, all the points, and then when someone tells you that their army sucks, you're gonna be like, well, we haven't played it yet. And like, no, this looks real bad. Well, we haven't even played it yet. And then you play it a little bit, and this looks really bad. And then they'll be like, they'll fix it in the seasons. We don't know enough yet. No one can complain. We can complain, but it doesn't mean it might not get fixed. It's amazing how much we have seen yet, though. Yeah. Anyway, thanks for watching. I appreciate it. Thanks for the subs and the bits and the primes. Stick around a little bit for the outro. And I will see you later this week. Check out Discord for future scheduling. Have a nice day.
Brother, there is no need for me to destroy you. Surrender. Surrender your world.
You always did need an audience, you sap. Let me tell you, I ain't practiced much magic for a long time. I want to show you a trick Mother showed me when you weren't around. It was on special occasions like this. Oh yeah, one more thing. I'm glad you changed your last name, you son of a bitch.